Hey everybody, welcome back to Thirsty Therapy. We're happy to have you. We're having another feature night. John, what's up, buddy? It's nice to see you.
Hello. You're meeting me in summer. You're meeting Summer John. It's might as well be summer here in Portland. 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right.
Short sleeves.
Right? Yesterday I was sweating a little bit.
Yeah. I'd be in flip-flops too if that were far back authorized footwear.
Oh my gosh, right? Yeah, as soon as this is over, you can switch right back.
Free my feet. Yeah.
Free,
Cool.
Set those piggies free. Oh, that was what used to be our favorite Bob Marley or Ziggy Marley song to tape. He used to really like reggae beats to get him to sleep. Our little boy, when he was like a toddler, and there was a Ziggy Marley song about "Set Your Piggies Free" that he did with Sesame Street, and it was awesome. It was playing in our car constantly.
Oh, that should be my theme song.
Right, perfect. It'd be a good one for this summer, right? We all need to get out there and get some sun on our skin. Every little bit of it.
Speaking for us in the Pacific Northwest, occasionally forced indoors by the pandemic and forest fires.
Right. And then just a gray day sometimes makes you not want to get out of bed on top of it all. So
yeah.
So yeah, I think we're all looking forward to all the sun that we're getting right now. But it changes it up. Curious how everybody sees it out there too. Thank you for joining us again. Yeah, the lighting changes for John and I now. All that hard work we did to get like our lighting right, it still seems okay, but it just changes up when now it's different. Yeah, because
I've got multiple sources of light in my apartment. Yeah,
it's a lot. It changes it up. But I'm excited. We're doing Drunken Botanist today. Especially for everybody out there, we hope that you were able to check out either a book from your library or buy one from a bookstore or Amazon to see all the fantastic ideas and explanations of all the things that we use on a daily basis. Some of us know about it, and not every bartender even realizes all the different roots and herbs that consist in making the flavor for the products that we use. It's a lot of I feel like I've just barely started going down the rabbit hole, and I've been here for like 8 years, and I still feel like there's so much further to dig and explore. Really looking forward to.
So in a sentence, what is the Drunken Botanist? Do you have the book handy?
Yeah, I got it right here. In a sentence, the Drunken Botanist is a explanation by a plant lover of all the incremental pieces to booze that people don't realize and why they like those flavors. Is that no?
Yeah.
It might have been a run-on, but I do that all the time.
Oh, approximately one sentence. I'll take it.
Right. Okay.
I wasn't actually counting.
Okay.
Yeah, the tagline of the book is the plants that makes the world spirits.
Yep,
something like that.
Create the world's great drinks is what it is.
Great
the plants
drinks.
that create the world's great drinks, by Amy Stewart. Yeah, and I really, you and I dive into flavors all the time. I know, in fact, one of the things that drew you to the cocktail that you picked tonight, the Susan Soda, was based on your affinity for a bittering agent that I like using quite a bit, and that is used actually throughout the world consistently for its bittering effects to the whole thing. I was going to say for its consistent bittering effects, but I felt like I was saying consistency way too many times in one sentence. Am I in English all of a sudden? What happened, John? I'm failing for sure.
Yeah, you can't use the same word too many times. Ugh, I hated that rule.
Right. I never want to sound like a broken record. Like I found continually, it's my new favorite word. Look how many times I can use it. But I really, really do appreciate how far we can dive into some of these plants and the materials that we're using. My favorite one is I always fall on just by opening it up, and it talks about fenugreek, which is known probably to most people for being used in curries from India, different types of curries. But I love it for its buttery, kind of caramely notes to the whole thing. It has a slight spice to it, but it's really butter. In fact, John, I was trying to make a faux, like a vegan butter flavored bitters, and I'm still working on it. I started this a couple years ago, and I haven't gone back to it for a while because I've been exploring with other bitters, but basically trying to pair pandan and fenugreek and some other flavors to get this like buttery essence. Because butter washes were big for a hot minute, and like I always thought no vegans or anybody could partake in it, and we do appreciate that like savory. It's almost umami-ish in a way. It's not quite umami, but that savory, buttery effect.
Why, thank you.
Got the juicer. I normally don't have one of these.
You mean you normally forget a tool?
No, I normally don't use one of these juicers. I've snapped at least a half a dozen of them. I think maybe I squeeze too hard, but I will just try and juice citrus with it and snap it right in half. Did we lose you, John? Looks like we're reconnecting.
We might have lost John.
John! Come back to us.
I'm going to transition away from John's camera so we can get that figured out.
John's frozenness.
Yeah.
John will be back with us in just a moment, everybody. He's going to come back on Skype. He's trying to reconnect right now. I know what's happening. But in the meantime, I was talking about this juicer because, yeah, sometimes these little pieces, even though they're made out of metal, completely just like to break right off. And again, yeah, maybe I squeezed too hard with these big old banana hands. But we got that because for Kinderlift's cocktail tonight, which is our very last cocktail of the night, it's going to be I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be an old-fashioned style cocktail. And it uses a little bit of the juice from a slice of Granny Smith apple. And I realized I couldn't figure out how to really fake that without something like this in the moment, because you're supposed to use it fresh right out of the apple just like that. So in trying to stay true to featuring these cocktails in these programs, whether it be like a bar like PDT like we did last time or the Drunken Botanist book, we want to stay true to their vision, and we're trying it out. We're trying to explore and learn a little bit more about some of their ideas to help create some more of our own ideas. And we hope that it's inspiring you out there as well. We're also, man, I hope Kinderlift's out there tonight. I know it's not always the easiest for them to get here, but I hope that they can make it and actually make this cocktail with us in real time. Because that's going to be awesome, especially where they are. Looks like we're still waiting on John, trying to come back. But in the meantime, let's start talking about... We'll start talking about the Sues. We're going to start talking about why John, and I don't want to overstep for him, but until we get him back, we're going to talk a little bit about Sue's, the base liquor for his Sue's and soda, which is just basically a highball featuring Sue's, which is a specific gentian root flavor. Gentian root is one of those bittering agents like we were talking about that is used as a consistent bittering agent in a lot of different cocktails. A lot of different liqueurs or spirits. John, you're back! Hey, buddy.
Hey, sorry about that.
No, don't be. Glad to see you.
Keep going.
So I was just telling everybody why. So that with gentian, it's also used in, you recognize it from things like Campari. What else? We also have it in, wow, it's used in so many things because it's such a consistent bittering root. What's the other one? Grand Classico is another one, but that's almost another version of Campari. There's a little bit of it found in, I believe, in trace amounts in not only Cynar, but also yellow and green chartreuse as well. So John, tell us what was the thing that grabbed you and made you want? Was it just Campari? Was it? Do you have other experience with gentian?
I think you hit it. It's because it's a root that we call out so many times on the show, probably because of my love for Campari. And Suze is another gentian liqueur, and I thought I wanted to kind of hone in on that flavor. Also, I don't think I've ever had Suze by itself.
Let's try a little bit right now, and let's talk about it while you keep going.
Yeah. And one other thing, one other reason I chose this is we've never done a 2-part cocktail, like spirit and soda.
Ever.
There's some debate, I think, in bartender circles as to whether it counts as a cocktail.
Oh.
Like a gin and
I
tonic.
still think a highball. I don't know though. I love tequila and soda and
Right.
yeah. I mean, and I love like Toki and soda. Those always require too, though, a lemon to really set off those flavors. So to me, I mean, you're basically there on a highball. You could even put a couple drops of bitters there, and how would you call it anything but a highball or anything but a cocktail at that point, right?
That's right. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I think it'd be fun. I would love to do a gin and tonic on this show, and Susan Soda is on brand for you and me.
It totally is. We should do. What if we did a gin and tonic night where because remember I like making tonic syrups too, where it already has all the quinine and everything in the syrup, and then you just add soda water to it. In fact, I think I have some pineapple tonic. That's the best part about tonic. I mean, in general, most tonics are grapefruit lemon or grapefruit lime and cinchona bark or the quinine powder that you put directly in it. Definitely, they always have sugar in them, all of them. But anyway, let's talk about this. Let's have a sip. We'll give Bree some.
Suze.
Smells like cough syrup, doesn't it? Like Robitussin? Don't let that scare anybody away. All good booze started off as...
That's not like Robitussin.
No?
Yeah, it smells like half of Campari.
Reminds me of like a syrup that I used to have when I was
Like
little.
consistency, yes. but
Oh,
the
consistency for sure.
Smell.
What do you think, John? Want to try another one? You good?
Is that it?
No, we're gonna make it. We're gonna add this in the soda. Bree said, "Is this it?" She's not satisfied.
Almost.
This is the cocktail only. Yeah.
It's good.
What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, so I was saying it's like you took a slice out of Campari and just isolated this one thing of Campari. Oh.
Yeah.
What's that?
You get a little bit of the citrus, a little less orange. Hey, Loriander. How are you? Are you coming home from work? Are you at work? Always curious on what brought you, what kept you up to this hour. I'm happy to. We're really happy to have you. We're talking about Suze, a product you're very familiar with. I know. I'm sure. I think we talked about it last week. In fact, look at that. I will say, John, that is my favorite thing about our stream is that like I can be in a bar, I can be making drinks and still sipping booze at the same time, and not like feel like I did too much of it. Not like our straw tests.
Yeah. This is a huge advantage to remote bartending.
Right. Not that it'll ever make up for not having not being in front of guests. We're still definitely gonna do that. But
Sure.
at the same time, we got to remember all the benefits of things that we got, right? I'll look in the
Maybe there's a hybrid when we're allowed, like more households can join together. Maybe you can, bartend for a private audience like this.
Oh man, I'm hoping that. Yeah,
Thirsty therapy for a small group, not in a restaurant setting per se.
that's what I'm hoping for. I think that is that's going to be the best of both worlds, really.
Thirsty therapy mobile response unit.
Mobile response unit, I love it. Bree, did you hear that? Did you get that on? Could you hear that, Josh?
That sounds great.
I think we got it. We got to get the logo
Does it
on
sound
the
too
side
close to
of a
Special Victims
van.
Unit?
What'd you say?
I mean, I'm
It
probably
sounds-
channeling that, but
It sounds a little too close to Special Victims Unit. I would just
Oh, yeah. Scully!
That's not.
Wait, no?
No, that's X-Files.
Oh yeah, you're right. What was that? I was trying to channel the one guy they were just talking about. Yeah, anyway, never mind.
You're right.
I saw Ice-T. Thank you. That's right. That's who it is. Talking about anal contusions.
So Lori says there's like a humming sound. So do any of us know what that could possibly be? Because I can't hear it.
It's probably me. It might be my computer's too loud. I'll adjust on my end. Or you know what? I could go back to the headphone mic.
I don't know whether it's a computer or what.
Hold on, I got this.
Well, thanks for
pointing that out. Yeah.
Is that our tabletop? Oh, you know what? Maybe the microphone's too close to the tabletop, to the wheel.
Wheel, yeah. That's a good call.
All right, Loriander. Let's see here.
Oh, you think it might be on your end?
It might be. I just realized that I tried to get the mic just a little bit closer. Like pointed in the right direction a little bit more.
It's probably my computer's struggling to keep up with the video, the additional webcam now.
Hey, we're piecing this together for all of you. Thank you for showing up again. We appreciate it. Loriander, tell us if it's any better. Might be stuck. I hope we're not. Back to this, John. Do you taste anything? Back to the Suze. Do you taste anything else outside of just that bitter gentian? Do you get any citrus in there, or?
Oh, there was. Here, there was something on the nose that. Oh, it just reminded me of some other drink, some other cocktail, not Campari. But I can't place it.
And you're sure it's not Robitussin?
It says slightly, but still hear it. Slightly different.
I'm just kidding. Put some water in the jar, shake it up, Robitussin.
Okay, how does my voice sound?
Well, now you're cutting out.
Oh.
You sounded better before. To me. But I don't know about our viewers.
I can't hear you, Manila.
There, one sec.
My pacemaker. That's not good. It's supposed to just shock me back. Well, I think we got to get to this Susan soda one way or another. And while John gets that, I gotta say, thanks, John, for hooking us up with the Demerara cubes. Not that it was a Herculean feat, but I really appreciate it. These are rad-looking, nice, huge chunk pieces. I'd imagine this is something as pretty as Jerry Thomas was lucky enough to use. Maybe his had more like mouse hair in it. But sorry, Toad. John, are you there?
Hello.
Whoa.
That's intense.
You okay? What changed?
Do I sound crazy now?
Yeah.
Really high reverberation back on it, in fact. Like if you were putting your mouth on a microphone, trying to be I don't know what you call that hard rock. Icelandic death metal, I think.
Well, this is going through my headphones now.
Weird.
This is how we used to do it maybe a month or so
Ooh,
ago.
it just got better. Did you just turn down the input?
I did nothing.
What? You're magic.
Something up. Let's just go with it.
Apple Magic. Ugh. I have no idea what's going on.
Well, that works though.
Sounds
That
good
sounds a
now.
lot better.
All right, let's go with that.
Loriander.
You can give us a thumbs up or thumbs down on your humming, but until then, we're gonna get some booze in us. Hooray! Okay, John, you ready? We're highballing it. Can you cue us?
Let's do it.
Up, Bree?
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna build it. Sue's first. That's the only other ingredient, right? Oh, I forgot my soda. Can I grab my Topo Chico? It's on the top shelf of the fridge. Should be one. Any of you forgot your soda? Now's the time to get it. hope that you checked out the website ahead of time so that you could see all the ingredients that we were using. Is it behind the milk? Oh. No? Maybe?
I'll find it.
Okay. Well. Well, thanks for letting us know, Loriander. If it's still, hopefully everything's cool now, though. But yeah, you never know. Thanks for letting us know. We don't want to annoy everybody and have it drive everyone nuts the entire time either. I do. Thanks for asking. So, John, our Susan Soda, walk us through it. This is your drink. I'm following you this time.
It's still there.
What? Oh, wow. Oh, the pressure.
Oh, Christ. I was just laughing about the Loriander's last comment that the hum is still there. I was just laughing about that part. We're shit out of luck at this point. Let's just make our drinks.
Okay.
Maybe if we drink
Okay.
the coffee, we'll stop.
Right, maybe we'll all stop hearing it.
Let's collectively stop hearing it. Maybe the music would help?
Yeah.
More music.
We could turn the music up one more notch, maybe.
Is that silly?
Does that work?
No, we're messing with too much.
Well, we are trying a bunch of
Okay,
new
so we're building in.
things.
So we're building in the glass, right?
We are going to build one.
So start with ice. We add the ice later. It'll get splashy.
Cool.
Is that the technical reason we do this ice first?
Yep. Especially for the highball, since we're building in the glass, we get to stir it down. It doesn't need as much like heavy dilution.
Get as many ice cubes as I could.
I got 4 in mine. How many did you get in yours? You got 4 too. Oh yeah, I forgot we're using the same glass this time. Nice transition. Thank you, sir.
Now, we could add our least expensive ingredient first, but since the soda has to go on last for everything to mix, 2 ounces of Suze.
This is a Suze.
Check out my fancy bottle, my cool label here.
It works. All right, my bottle's
Billy's got the proper bottle.
There's a proper bottle. And in fact, this is just the newest proper bottle that they redid 3 years ago. Before that, it was a different proper bottle. That one was 1 liter, and this is 750 milliliters. And that one, the label was covered in gentian flowers, in fact. Like vines that like ran up the sides. That was really cool. Now it focuses on the gentian flower just being right in the back there. Oh, and there's still one right here. It almost looks agave-ish, the way they have it like singled out. But I bet it's way cooler now. Like people like it better, I'm sure. It's got these. It's got the coins, like the grand prize expositions on them. All right, so we got 2 ounces of that, John. Now what?
Pop our soda. 4 ounces of soda.
I am going to measure out my soda. Just because I want to try it with the exact dilution. And 6
Yes,
ounces.
the recipe in the book calls for 2 to 4 ounces. I found with water, strangely, more is better. I'm going
Right.
4.
I 100% agree with you. In fact, like we were just talking about before, tequila and soda or like whiskey highball, I love the 3-to-1. You get 1.5 ounces of spirit and 4.5 ounces of soda and a little bit of lemon peel. It's refreshing. It's delicious. There's not much to it, but you actually get to experience the alcohol, like the booze itself, and taste the subtleties of it. It makes it bloom. All right, let's give this a nice... Oh, sorry. Never mind. Your turn. Look at me.
I was going to reach for the twist, but I think you're right. We should mix it because we want the peel, where we get from the twist to stay on top.
Right. We want that
Right,
oil
we don't
to
need to mix
give us
that in.
those aromatics.
So yeah, stir the soda together lightly.
Big tart
Soda will do
tarts.
a lot of the work.
Yes, you're right, Dark Darts. Work with that. Work with the Campari. That's totally close.
What's going on?
It's
Campari and soda? Is that what's happening?
Americana. Yeah, Campari and soda. Isn't that what that is? An American? No.
Yeah.
Am I mixing that up? Is
Just
it
say it's
Americana?
Americana.
Okay.
Americano's
Oh, it was
excellent.
Americana. You said it right above, and I missed that part. That's amazing. Leave it to
My
me.
favorite. One of my favorite highballs, nightcaps. So
Now,
easy
you
to
like
make.
it for a nightcap? To end your night?
Yeah, reduce ABV as I'm heading towards sleep. Yeah.
Okay. I like that idea. I always try and have like my Campari before dinner. And sometimes I don't appreciate how it makes my stomach feel after I'm done eating. But I haven't tried it that diluted and that far like later in the night.
She says in sweet vermouth too.
Oh, and sweet vermouth as well.
Like in that drink or it's separate? Like,
In her drink. No. Yeah.
In the
And
Americano.
I forgot. Oh yeah, an Americano. I've never made one. Not once.
Wait, so we need a lemon twist on this?
Sorry, I'm cheating. I got all excited. Let's get our lemon twist going. Let's get a big one.
I do that all the time when you're taking lead.
Right. It's easy to do, right? Okay.
I'm curious. I'm going to do a very simple, straight peel, but I'm curious what you're going to come up with.
I think I'm going bigger. I want a heavier amount of oil and a heavier amount of pith. So I'm just going to
Okay.
take mine a little bit longer.
Because sometimes when they say twist, I'm picturing, a very, like a horse's neck, very tiny peel.
Right, and
Or thin
it's
peel,
funny
rather.
you said that. I always think that too. I could have done, like when I think of a martini with a twist, most of the time I think of that iconic image of the curl, like the teeny tiny curl. And we do have our channel peeler, but I already started this one. I feel like it's going to look really, really pretty wrapped
Cool.
around the outside of this glass. Going for trying to get my
Bigger
arts on.
one. Like it.
Okay, look at that beast. It's exactly what I want, and the curl is going to help us. I'm actually going to try and follow it along and not straighten it out too much. I think it's going to help us twist around inside the glass and give us the best look. John, I was lucky enough to get out into the sunshine today while I picked up our after hours dinner. Because I'm gonna do a reheat for
Oh,
ours.
yeah.
But man, what a great day, right?
Yeah,
It
same.
was great seeing
Or,
everybody
yeah.
out
Yeah.
about. It was still kind of weird to be out in like a food court kind of like area, even out in the open, but
It was packed, right? There were a lot of people
totally
out.
packed. In fact, a couple people I had to like insist that I wasn't trying to stand near a table to like that I needed it. I was just waiting for the takeout food, But as soon as I got there, I went to 3 different spots in the same food cart pod because I was just like, yeah, it's been too long. I gotta make this happen.
Kinder lifts here.
Indulge. Kinderlift! You made it! Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. We're so excited about your drink.
Yes. Good to have you.
We're on our first one. Sorry, go ahead, John.
And just wait till we zoom in. Just wait until we zoom in on that nicely decorated turntable.
Right? We got it hooked up with one of our newest. Thanks to Bree's mom.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to...
So you got the oil
I
off the
I
peel.
expressed my peel, and now I'm running it down the side of my glass in kind of a slow twist. I like to twist my glass as I'm putting my garnishes in because it helps the flow a little bit. And look at nice little. Here, we'll take some of these. Let's get a great shot. Hey, will you use your camera to get as one comes around? I'm gonna put a straw in this. We can maybe get like right like that.
Okay.
And let's get a straw. So as soon as the Suze gets around, and you can see that peel so pretty. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Can't see your face, so it's fine.
Okay.
Just kidding. People
Perfect.
can see you out there. Oh wait, no, they can't.
Oh wait, I can't smile. I think I might die, John. If I couldn't smile, I wouldn't make it.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna
Kind
take
of
another
like
one.
it'd be like telling me not to talk. You gonna take another one? Or he's gonna get one more shot of this before I take a taste. Have you already tried some?
No, I'll wait.
Okay. Excited we can share that shot with Suze. I can probably make another one. You could bring me to doing
Hold
it
on.
again.
Can't take it yet. Torturing you.
Oh my gosh, you are torturing me.
Let's slow. Wow.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're digging the cover. We have many, many more. We're spanning the globe with our different toppers. All right, let's try this. It is organically local source. Small batch as well. All right, John, you
All right.
first. Cheers.
Cheers.
John's is like a different color than yours. A little bit. Oh no, maybe not.
He just has different lighting.
It's interesting.
Woo! That is delicious. That is so much. That is so Suze. 2 ounces. Wow.
It's awesome. Whoa.
Alright, let me try it now.
Extremely bitter on the finish. Like it's really like sucking everything out of my mouth.
Yeah.
What's that called? Astringent?
Right. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, I think you're right.
I didn't get that initially.
I think you need more soda in it.
Right. It goes back to that like highball dilution rate that I love so much, the 3-to-1. And even with that much lemon in mine, it's all Suze.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it's pretty good. It's it's like an alternative to a Campari soda.
Right.
It's in that same category.
I do appreciate that. I will say though about Campari is that we have like at least 3 more layers of flavor with it.
True.
So it's easier to like adapt your palate like up and down.
Yeah, Campari is sort of a song, and this is just the drums.
Right. Or this one's just like one note. It's I'm picturing my daughter just hitting the piano with like 4 fingers on each side.
Campari is a chord.
Yeah.
This is just one key. Okay, one note. Yeah, no, I've said that. I've used that phrase for one note for rums before. That's why you have to blend them in cocktails. You have to have so many rums on hand, and yeah, it's funny. Like Suze, Campari is the blend.
Right.
It has a strong people dividing flavor, but try if you.
I bet too.
Try Suze, you'd be surprised.
Right. There's
I
a
like
higher
it, but
sugar
again,
content.
I'm weird.
No, and it still tastes good. I just diluted mine a little bit more, and I want to try it like that. There's a higher sugar content to Campari as well, though. So you got that helps balance the bitter. Now that I like a little bit better, actually.
Have you had this before? This is the first time.
I've had Suze a lot before, but
not
I've
this
never had it just with Suze and soda before. No, never in this style.
Yeah, I've never had this either. I've never had Suze by itself till today.
Yeah, I've never put. Yeah, I've sipped Suze, but only to like get a good profile on a flavor and then use it. One thing that I found, I played with over at a Furry, John. I did Toki with yellow chartreuse and Suze. The yellow chartreuse has its herbs, but it also has like a sweet butteriness that kind of balanced out. That I appreciated that you got the bitterness out of the Suze without any extra in that particular one. I want to say I used to add honey to it, but I don't think I do that anymore. I think it'd be too sweet now. I was in a much sweeter phase back then. Now I'm sweet enough.
So for this one, you just added some more soda, right? How much more?
I would estimate I added another 1.5 to 2 ounces more.
I just added 1 ounce, and I kind of want to go back. I like the stronger flavor.
Really?
4 ounces was the right call.
Was the right call? Okay.
5 ounces is now it's a little too dilute.
Lorinder has a question about Punta or Cedar.
How would
Gino.
work in the Loriander? Are we talking about in this particular cocktail, in this highball? Are we talking about with the other flavors? Yeah. If we're adding it to, I think Punta Mes could work. I think I'd rather have Chinar because I want a little bit more depth and that syrupiness from it. Where the Punta Mes would be great, but it's going to add more bittering, and I would guess that the wine base of Punta Mes could add like a sourness that wouldn't be as pleasant. But I would be willing, I know John's right where he wants to be, I'd be willing to try and throw a 1/4 ounce of Chinar 70 into this one and see like where that took us. John, would you be up for the ride?
Oh, adding it to the existing drink?
Yeah.
Sure.
Just for fun?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm curious by the take, and I have both Punta Mes and Chinar, but at the same time, Punta Mes doesn't even. I like my stomach already starts hurting just thinking about adding Punta Mes to like this particular one. You know how Punta Mes is like? It's still a wine base, almost like a vermouth. Just happens to have way more bittering parts to it, John.
Right. I've heard some people swear by as the role of sweet vermouth in every drink.
It is. I love it in Black Manhattans. I actually love it in a lot of stuff. Bree and I love drinking vermouth blends that we just like put together here. Oh, so Chinar 70 to the other. Slightly stronger. I prefer it because it's 70 proof, so it's not as sticky sweet and it lasts a little bit longer. It's billed as being the intense big brother, but I still don't get that translation. I don't think the intensity really matches the story that they're trying to make it, but it doesn't oxidize as fast, it stays longer. I prefer a higher proof when it comes to these certain flavors. And let's see here, I'm gonna give this one a little stir, and we only did 1/4 ounce. It might just be enough to give. Yeah. You get a little sweetness, a little bit of richness from it. You don't get too much it doesn't add too much bitterness to the whole thing, because Chinar still has a little bit of bitterness to it. And now, John, just before I finish with the Suze, I get this little earthy, not quite cola, but like almost there, like earthy cola, and then it finishes with that Suze bitterness right on the on either side of my tongue. And I think Chinar really works with the lemon too. So are you happy? That was a good one.
Yeah, it was fun. Never done a 2-ingredient cocktail on the show.
Leave it to me to have to fuck that up.
It's good. This is great.
Not my jam.
Bree's still not on board, but you and I, we're there.
Even with the Chinar?
Even with the Chinar. But that's okay. Not everybody's, like, we're not all supposed to be at that chase. Alright, so let's get a few of these back on. Actually. How many stars, Bree? Uh-oh.
5-star scale? I think 2 of 5 or 4 of 10.
2 of 5 or 4 of 10.
Look at my
Her cocktail is very individual. Yeah, and we just started getting into. Don't forget, like even as bartenders, and like we really just started getting back into really bitter shit in the last few years. John, when did you start being a fan of Campari and its in all its forms and its friends?
Oh, and its friends? Probably since I moved to Portland 3-4 years ago.
Okay.
But prior to Portland, I was drinking Negronis a lot, but that was my only exposure to Campari. and no other Amaro.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard about the Negroni, and I didn't understand it at first. I remember I was against it for a while, but once you go Negroni, it becomes your go-to drink all the time. Can't go back.
Yeah, once you fall into it. I'm excited for our Negroni show coming up too, because we're going to talk about the different differences of all the layers of flavor and what we like about it, and what some of our guests have liked about it. I'm going to share a favorite of some friends that actually just hit me up.
Great, yeah. Our next stream will be all about Negronis.
Right. How about presentation, Bree? Also 2 out of 5, 4 out of 10.
No, I
feel
think
like
it's beautiful. I think
I just want her walking in front of the camera.
I need like a star system. I think it like 8 out of 10. Like it's pretty. I like the color and I like the feel. But,
yeah. Bree's never been like. She'll take spicy.
I like Negronis
any day, and she does. Yeah, you do. But there's so many more layers of flavor there. I get that. Whereas John and I are geeking out about the one note of flavor. What do you got there?
I don't have Chinar, but I have another Amaro on here. Amaro Lucano.
I think that'd go really well with this.
Might as well. It's almost up. Just add
just a little taste. You're gonna put a 1/4 ounce in? Or are you going bigger? Half ounce. Oh, for sure. So is that Amaro Chiacharo?
It's only 28%.
Okay.
What's
that is
that?
Amaro Chiacharo, right? Chiacaro or?
Lucano.
Oh, Lucano. I don't know that. Okay. It looks
Here you go.
Holy shit, that's so funny.
Here, I can I can set it down on
I
the
thought it was.
other camera.
Look at that one. I thought they're cousins, I think.
They both have a woman on the cover, and this idyllic farm setting.
Amaro. Right. I don't. Their labels, the gold around them. Nah, there's something. That's a company trying to get all the marketing out of one label they can. I can recognize it. Is it Palucci? Is yours Palucci liqueur?
Wait, what? It would say that on here somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh, the name? The company?
Bottled and produced by?
No, imported by Co-Brand Corporation, produced and bottled by Lucano.
Okay, I got nothing then. Full of shit. But look at, our label, our tops are the same.
Right.
Man.
Right, interesting.
Now, does yours have the same, orange notes, orange blossom notes to it, or what's that Amaro taste like?
No, this one is darker. This one is somewhere between Chiacharo and Averna.
Oh, okay. Wow, that could be pleasant. What's the alcohol content on it?
28%.
Okay. Kind of standard for these.
Yeah, just trying something new. I like it. Anyway, let's see it in this new drink.
I was going to hand it back to you because I felt bad. And then You're good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Well, that's
Walk
great.
me through it. Take me on this journey.
Yeah, it kind of takes the edge off the bitterness of the just straight Suze. Yeah, it's funny because Amaro means bitter in Italian, literally translated, and this actually served to sweeten out, round out the drink with sweetness.
Right, you put more bitter on this bitter, and it got less bitter.
Yeah, that's nice. Something tells me that Amaro and soda would be really good. I did Amaro Montenegro highballs with some friends. I don't think they'd ever had Amaro before, and I was thinking it would challenge them, but maybe the soda would lighten things up and they wouldn't notice. And we all had quite a few. It was a hit.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't know if I remember Montenegro. Do you have a bottle with you right now? I'd have to see the label. I forget. My goldfish memory lets those slip right back out again.
kind of short, subtle, rather than straight up and down, thin. Yeah, I don't know. It's common. I wouldn't normally go for it. I think stuff like Chircharo or Lucano that we've mentioned, Averna, all have much stronger, more notable flavors. So
yeah, I'm with you on that.
Deal.
I do like. It's funny. Loriander just mentioned Amaro Nonino, and I really, really appreciate Amaro Nonino, and that one's on the lighter side, even lighter than Amaro Chiricaro, but still like has a punch of that bitterness to it. In fact, I think it's a richer version of and less sweet alternative to using Curacao, dry Curacao. Because you're still, I mean, dry Curacao normally is a little bit more just sweet, but it's supposed to be made from bitter oranges and those Curacao citrus. So, yeah, I don't know. I like this one. Although it's expensive as all hell, so you gotta be sparingly with it. You know?
Oh, no, Nino.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my gateway drug to all Amari. That was so good, but it has since become very expensive.
Yeah. Averna was my gateway. It's fun. Nonino I didn't get for it. I've only discovered it. Somebody turned me onto it a couple years ago, in fact. I think somebody that I worked with at Authority. But now, in fact, I just put out on Instagram, a new cocktail that features everything we're talking about, in fact. We're talking about making transition. The cocktail is called Snake in the Grass. You can still find it on our Instagram. And it basically is taking some of those same flavors that John and I were just talking about and transitioning them into a more springtime drink with some lime oil that normally is unheard of in adding to a bourbon cocktail. But we did, and it tastes delicious, and it added the bright notes to it along with some bitters that I make that's a Thai flavor. It's kind of my quintessential flavors of Thai. As far as botanicals go. And I think we've talked about that, haven't we, John? It has...
Sorry, botanicals?
Yeah, of all the Thai. I wasn't going to get into it because of all the different things that we've talked about, but it kind of my quintessential flavors of Thai. So there's basil, Thai basil, and lemongrass, and Thai chilies in that, and pandan. Lime.
We have discussed this. Yes,
yeah.
Yes, right.
So I thought those really helped that brighten that up. So we added those to it. But it's funny that we just hit on all those same things, like two Amaros that we're talking about, along with another bourbon. So if anybody's interested, check those out. Loriander says it's about 45 over there. Almost. And let's see, Kinderlift. And I think ours is probably about the same, maybe 50. But coming from a bar programmer trying to like make money. Make a budget. It is. It's a high. I want to say it's $2. It's got to be 50 here or a little bit more because I want to say it's $2 an ounce to use, which is make sure you have to use it sparingly in a bar program.
Yeah.
Let's see. Most Curaçaos are darker in color. I missed that from Kinderlift. I was trying to look at what his thing said. But
are all Curaçaos darker in color? Because I think he's thinking of the blue one for making layered shots. He says.
Got it.
Often they're lighter color, or clear even, right?
Yeah. Well, triple sec are clear usually, and Curaçaos I think are really close to that boat. I feel like they added the orange. I think it's slightly off orange is probably the most natural color that you're going to find. I think they either add orange or they add the blue then to add a little bit of fun to it. Remember we talked about that last week too. I even have a Kuiper's Blue Curacao here that we've made some fun drinks with. And I found a non-alcoholic version that's been a lot of fun too.
Right.
So yeah, what do you think, John? Are you ready to start on the next drink, or where?
Yeah. Let's move on.
All right, you gonna finish? All right, let's do it.
I swore I would never finish a drink on camera again, but we're just so
He's
good.
our Navy strength though, so we have that going for us.
Thank goodness.
Like,
Not a Navy strength drink.
right?
Good.
As Bree just says, thank goodness. I don't know what anybody can hear out there, but I hope you can hear everything she's saying.
Thank goodness we're moving on.
No,
Thank goodness it's not Navy.
thank goodness it's not Navy strength.
Oh.
And yes, to both of you, Kinderliff and
Okay.
Loriander, I love that you're both working on some fun Japanese whiskeys. You know my heart runs in those runs along those lines as well. Oh shit, we lost John again.
Yes, lost John again.
Man, everything is going so great. All right, well we'll get him back. He'll get himself back. That was pretty quick.
He still has control. Oh.
Uh oh, he's trying. Hashtag T Bree. Love seeing that tarts. You know it. Really, it's way better. Thank goodness she's here.
It's fine.
Nika from the barrel. Yeah, I've had the Nika from the barrel. Not bad. It's pretty hot, obviously, from the barrel. The water, like to add a little bit of water to it to bloom it, usually helps. Nika 12-year premium blend for $100. Oh shit, that's actually good. And $40. Now I'm getting it for $40 for Nika from the barrel. That's unheard of here. There is an over price on all Japanese whiskeys here because people covet them. That's why they sell Toki here. I know they don't sell Toki there, Loriander. And when I asked, because I've been lucky enough to work with Japanese whiskey now since 2003, and my favorite was asking some of my friends in Japanese whiskey why, what was up with,
John, are you back?
are you there, sir?
Oh, we're getting some feedback.
Wow, crazy bad feedback. Loriander, can you hear that one? Ah! Just kidding. Holy shit.
Sorry about that.
No, don't be.
I'm back.
Hey.
What a sound the horns. I'm back.
We were just talking about Japanese whiskey and saying how good of prices Loriander was finding, and I love that that's the case out there. And I was saying how overpriced Japanese whiskey is here in America because just like with Toki, which they don't sell in Japan either, it's a blend. And it's not bad. We use it in highballs. I use it in cocktails here. It's a nice introductory bottle for like $40. For people that have never had Japanese whiskey, it's a nice step in, especially because here every other bottle past that usually starts at $100 or $200. But otherwise, when I asked them about like why they started making Toki, they said, "Hey, if you keep buying it, we're gonna keep making it, and we can make this blend, this cheap blend, and actually like get it out there, and people can." We can kind of sell more of it because Japanese whiskey is a cool thing here in America. It's a really good, Japanese whiskey is normally such a great product, so it's cool that we have a lower end version of it, but yeah, it's still not like the bee's knees, and that pushes all our prices up. I think that 12-year that Loriander was talking about getting for $100 starts, if you're lucky enough to get one here, starts at $250 or $300. So,
Wow.
but that's because people will pay it and people will have the money to, you know what I mean. At least we have a chance of getting it here, John. Most in other states, you get priced right out of it. Here, at least the OLCC seems to keep some of that stuff consistent. Right, $100, just like Kinderliff said, like that's a long-term investment.
I don't think it's a great investment.
You shouldn't be sitting on your whiskey. Did you say it's not a great investment, John?
No.
Yeah. I agree.
I mean, if it's gone in a couple sittings.
Right. Well, and those, you got to think about those whiskeys too. They're not necessarily like the long aging whiskeys. They have plastic tops with like styrofoam in the head of it. They're not corked. I'm not sure how they'd actually last for a long time. Curious. Hopefully everybody can hear us okay. We're gonna keep this party going for you, regardless. We'll sign it halfway through if we have to. Let's do my pick now, John. It's the aviation cocktail. This is an old, fun classic.
Gotcha, John.
Uh,
You got tiny again.
oh, John got tiny.
Sorry, Bree. I think that's my
I
fault.
gotcha. You're good.
They'll get that. They'll get the camera figured out. I'm going to talk about this creme de violette and why we
Did you? Sorry, when I was disconnected, did you already tell about your choice?
No, I just started actually, just right now.
Starting now with creme. Continue.
Yeah, so I really like the aviation as a cocktail in the first place, but I thought it was something that we should definitely talk about because it was a relic from more than 100 years ago. And for the longest time, it was never able to be remade because creme de violette stopped existing. They stopped using it as pretty much anything except for flavoring cakes, and in fact, across Europe, that's all they really used it for the last 100 years. And Rothman and Winter actually found a place in, I believe it's Switzerland, where they found somebody still making violet liqueur and creme de violet liqueur, and they were only making it for bakers, the exact same thing, and they got them to start producing it in a much bigger amount and then shipping it out, exporting it out, so that all of us can make these cocktails. I've used it I've created 3 cocktails of my own just with this. It's a unique flavor. It's not for maybe some people think it's too perfumey, but if you can use it in a very tasteful way, it's got a lot of potential, and it's unique. It's made of violets. They're really hard. Think about how many are going to go into just one of these bottles to make it not only that dark, but actually have the flavor with it.
I'm gonna have to try it by itself.
Yeah, let's try it. It's a great idea.
We're not using aviation gin, right? Even though this is called aviation.
We are not using aviation gin, even though this is called aviation.
This cocktail predates. This cocktail was born before Ryan Reynolds was born.
Yeah, this cocktail was most definitely. And Ryan McGarian might have been inspired. Now, Ryan McGarian is one of the people, along with House Spirits, that created aviation gin long before Ryan Reynolds owned it as well. And it was known as the first American botanical gin. So there's a good chance it got its inspiration from the botanicals that are found in creme de violette or violet liqueur. And I forgot there's one more flavor in these liqueurs too, John, that's more than just violet. I just can't remember what it is right now. It might be elderberry that they add to it. Nice and sweet though.
Is it bad that I really like this by itself?
No.
So pretty.
It is. It's pretty. It's tasty. Do you think it's
It
too
is
sweet?
sweet for sure.
Right. But how about too floral? Do you feel like it's too perfumey?
I mean, I see how someone could say that, but I really enjoy it.
I like it too.
Bree
I
likes
would love
it
to
too.
see more cocktails, like a cocktail based more around this than the aviation, which is does a great job of featuring the violet. But yeah, this is great. Why isn't this in more things?
All right, so there's my new challenge. That's gonna be my new thing. Is how if I can make a heavy violet. Although I guess it's $1 now, so it's not too expensive. But I'll try and make a heavy, more violet-forward cocktail, and we'll see where we can go with that. We will be featuring. We have the amethyst cocktail that we'll feature on our sake show when we do sake cocktails and sushi in the future. We don't have that one. We have it planned out, but we don't have it dated yet. But that cocktail features creme de violet and a few other things. In fact, I'm using a bittering agent that has a little bit of lavender because I think they play well together with it. But that's for the future. For the now, John, now that you just tasted the creme de violette, or violet, however, I'm going to keep saying it the way I've been saying it, even if I'm a lunatic. So, now that you've tasted it all by itself, do you get any other, and I also mentioned berries, like sometimes elderberries are used in this liqueur. Do you get any berry flavor from it? Can you hint that on the back of your tongue, kind of?
Yeah, I would have said berry.
That tastes very
Bree has that too. So now do you see kind of how I feel like it grew in unison with the maraschino cherry liqueur that we're also going to be using, and that's also been a liqueur that's been around for a long, long time as well.
Yeah.
Like I almost get a little now that I know the cocktail and so well, and I know what we're going to be making. Back in the day when I never knew this cocktail, I might not my brain might not be hardwiring these two flavors together, but I'm exhaling maraschino cherry in my brain. Like I'm already there. I know they're gonna. I'm like, violet, maraschino. Okay.
Right.
Will you talk about your maraschino now that everybody's looking at the bottle, and you turned me on to this one too? I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, I'm using Marasca maraschino. I think.
Me too.
I think Luxardo is the more famous one from Italy. This is from Croatia. This one's just a few dollars less, and I taste tested them both side by side. The nose is definitely different, but they taste pretty identical.
Yeah, and you say a couple dollars less, and I think this one's half the price, right?
No,
or almost half the price.
Maybe $7 less.
Okay.
Like it's like 30 and 23 or something.
Okay.
Miranda already made the drink.
Love it.
You guys need to catch up.
Well done. Oh, and hey, Tempest Fugit, that was one of my new favorite places, actually. That one's out of Sweden. They have started bringing back old vintage style kind of. That's where I got my Grand Classico from as well, John. The kind of their idea of the precursor to Campari is Grand Classico. The idea with Tempest Fugit is that they take all these liqueurs that used to be, and they're kind of remaking them with all natural botanicals as much as they can. And yeah, flavors. I've used a ton of different ones, and they're all delicious products from them. All right, well, we got to catch up with Loriander. I'm definitely thirsty now.
Yeah.
All right, so
let's do it. Let's go.
All right, so let's go. We're gonna do it two different ways a little bit here because I didn't take the time to juice and John did. So I'm gonna do my little hack that's got me through many a nights at Unstock Bar, and I'm gonna do we're gonna start with our least expensive ingredient, and that's gonna be our lemons. And so for half an ounce of lemon juice, I'm gonna do 3 eighths.
I haven't juiced anything either.
Oh, you haven't either?
Nope.
Oh, I thought you juiced.
Because it's just the juice in this one drink, so I decided I'm just going to hand squeeze it.
Oh, perfect. Oh, yeah, now I got this hand squeezer that just showed up. I could have done that, too. I'm going to go the old way.
Well, you do your thing. I'll hand squeeze.
Okay, perfect.
Do what you do.
And I'm going to do a Regal shake when I do this. That's going to add a little bit of the oil that's going to be on the peels. We're going to double strain this, so it's not really going to hurt at all. It's just going to add a little bit more intensity of that flavor. And we all know that I am not, I never shy away from intense flavors. So I got my lemon juice there, John squeezing his out. And I'm going to go for my maraschino liqueur next, which is going to be a half ounce.
Would you say this cocktail came around 100 years ago?
Let's see, I think it stopped being available 100 years ago. I want to say, let's see if it says so in here, in the book. But I believe it's even older than the Savoy cocktail book, which was 1908 to 1919, I believe. And I don't have it in here. 100 years ago, they were widely known. No, but they were even
The
talking
book is less
how,
about the history of drinks. It's more about the plants.
Right. I wasn't sure if they mentioned it though. It might be in the Savoy. If anybody has time out there, you may know too. They can ask the Oracle.
This is a cool drink. I mean, it does have this unusual ingredient. Sometimes people think it's just for looks, but I think it's a great drink. And I've also had it in equal proportions, so 4 3/4 ounces, 3/4 ounces of each ingredient, and that's pretty good too.
Yeah. I can't remember how I've had it in the past. I even made it for a little while in one bar program, but I don't remember how we actually did that. What our proportions were
Anyway.
for that one, but I'm excited for this one because we love our gin, John. And tonight we're going to use local gin that has a great amount of orris root and a good amount of spice, but not overly spiced or not overly botanical. So it's not going to fight with the botanicals we're already adding. But I'm looking forward to actually tasting the Aria gin that we're going to use. All right, so let's do this. Let's add our creme de violette and we're going to do a 1/2 ounce of this, as well as we did the 1/2 ounce of lemon and a 1/2 ounce of maraschino. All right, Aria.
Local Portland gin, also. Not Ryan Reynolds' gin, not aviation.
Nope, but still a fantastic
local.
gin.
Ario's my gateway to gin. I swore I didn't like gin before I had Aria.
That's true. Did you hear that, John? Aria was our gateway. Now, Vivacity and
Yeah,
Aria
Aria is great.
kicked me out of my gin funk for a while. I was an anti-ginner for a minute because I got really burnt out on just Beefeater and Tanqueray and orange juice and in not very exciting flavors, but regardless, it still was one of those like, yeah, I'm done with this for a while. All right, so we have everything we need. Excited for us to try this. Let's go ahead and grab our ice. John, I thought you froze there for a second. I was worried.
We're all nervous.
All right, everybody, we're going to do a nice hard shake with this. I'm trying to break up not only all those juice little packets in there inside the lemon, but I'm also going to try and expel as much oil and a little bit of that bitter pith as I can get out of it, okay? There we go. That's 25 seconds. Actually, I can already feel it. We're in a good spot. Remember, trust your feelings with your hands. You know right when it's ready. That's exactly what I meant to say. Anyway.
It makes sense. It was beautiful.
All right, John, how's yours feel? Nice and freezy?
Chili. What glassware are you using?
I was going to use a coupe, but I got this crystal kind of goblety dessert. Almost maybe a punch dessert
Oh, that's
glass,
cool.
but it's kind of coupe-ish. All right, make sure you get a double strain. Look at that beautiful purpley gray. John, this reminds me of my favorite rose ever. It's called a sterling rose. And it's this like lightly purple, lightly gray rose. That sounds more morose than it actually is. It's gorgeous. And it's one of the most fragrant roses that are out there. God damn, yours looks awesome. Can you see that, Bree?
Yeah.
Switch to his.
I did.
For the
Switch to him bigger though.
yeah, switch to big hands cam. His
Bigger.
great looking drink.
Hold on, it's all giant.
Oh, but it gets better, right?
But it gets better. Although I don't have mine. I forgot to grab mine. You're gonna grab yours, John.
Can I grab something for you?
You wanna go out?
Talking about this guy, right?
Blossom off the tree. Otherwise, just don't. And I'll use a lemon.
Oops.
Uh-oh. Bree's shaking the cameras. You gotta shake the camera. Yeah, so John, I forgot to grab mine, John. John's got a beautiful plum blossom from off the tree, off my plum tree out front. Now they're Italian red plums, but they're nice and floral, They're totally safe and edible. Yeah, and you got some blossoms there, John. So what I want you to do, since I'm not with you, and I'll be able to pick one off Breeze, I want you to look for a little bit pinker of a flower, maybe one closer to a blossom, maybe one closer that seems like it's just opened up overnight. And you're gonna go higher up to the tip, not closer to the bottom of the stem. Because closer to the tip, they've opened later. More to the very tip top of it. You can see the bottom ones are already falling off. It'll continue to do that until the one's all the way to the end. Thank you. So like Bree got me some. I can just shake them. You can see some of them are already coming down here. So grab yourself one that's going to be able to float, have all 4 sides to it, or 5 petals to it.
You said that's
John,
open.
So it's open. And we're gonna float it right on the top. Man.
Whoa. That's a little explosion on my end.
You can even find, John, if you can't get your hands on a good one, you can use one of these little buds. They're super cute and they'll still float on the top. In fact, I'm gonna put 2 of mine, 2 together.
I think I killed mine. Like every one I reach for, like, dies in my hand. Or I just have that.
Try and go for the darker pink
touch.
if you can. They're so delicate. Usually, so we've done these for like plum cocktails, and cherry blossom season is also the exact same. Cherry blossoms are happening right around now. They're just as delicate as well. But the darker the color, the more fresh it's going to be. The lighter the color, the more they're going to fall apart.
They're all the same color on my. Oh, I see a couple.
Do you see what I mean? Like there's a few more that are like richer pink color. And those should be your like bread and butter. Or I remember there were at least 2 closed on yours that should be just barely opening. And you can go for those little buds. Towards the top. Towards the tip top. Unless they opened overnight, that'd be incredible.
So they're all color. There's just a couple leaves that are darker.
And they're all falling. Well, anything you can salvage. Or skip it and put a lemon.
Another wants to know if the glass has a name that you're using.
Ooh, it's technically a cordial glass, I believe. And it's a punch style glass. But I don't, outside of that, I don't know.
Also, how long has Aria been around for?
I don't know if Aria says it, but I believe it's been around since about 2003 or 4. Let's see. They've won all these medals since 2013. But I started using them so I discovered and fell in love with Aria at Bamboo Sushi when I worked there, and that was 2000. I think I worked there till 2007. Is that right? Am I way over? 2000? I mean, not 7. 2013. So maybe that was because they used to be run out of the Bull Run distillery, in fact, and now they have their own little distillery. And I thought they were going to be part of Bull Run. But that obviously didn't work out amicably. How long have I been bartending? And what's the story for that? Well, let's try this drink first. Let's have a sip. Before we get into that, John, what do you think?
Let's.
All right. Here we go. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Oh gosh. That just
Do you have to resize again?
No, I just changing my mind.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's a good drink.
This one's bright, tasty, a little bit more on the gimlet side, of everything.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's surprisingly tart for only half an ounce of lemon juice.
It is. Well, if you think about it, there's not a lot of sugar in the maraschino. The only sugar is really coming from the creme de violette.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Oh, it's lovely.
It's delicious. Tartarts, I have professionally and non-professionally, I think we should talk about, because I started, my grandpa used to own a bar before I was born. So he had a wet bar in his house, and that was fascinating to me, the way the bottles lit up. And the sciencey way it looked like he combined the ingredients. So I started trying to help out and playing with those things. I still remember to this day being a little bit older and how they always used to tease how I used to love taking sips of their drinks. So I don't know. I don't know if that says it was in me from early on, but and then professionally, let's see, I've worked in restaurants for in the restaurant business for 20 plus years, I want to say 23 years, and bartending out of that has been 12 to 15? I don't remember.
Well, what would you consider when you started bartending? Like a dose? Because that was 20 years ago.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Like officially bartending a dose, that's
Well,
true. But I
that's
guess I kind of think of cumulatively, because I've taken time off. I've done I can't be a bartender anymore. I tried to get a real job for a while.
That wasn't that long though.
No, it was like 4 years.
It wasn't even 4 years. But yeah.
Oh, anyway. That just shows
I've been doing it so long. Bar.
Yeah, Bree and I, well, yes. We met each other through friends, but she used to tease me at the bar that I worked at when I worked right across the street from Arizona State University, John.
Oh, yes.
And that, she used to love coming over and telling me how slow I was and how I was fucking doing shit fast enough. She had no idea. I was like, here's this girl fucking with me just cause we have some mutual friends. Why is she so cute? Get out of here. Here.
What was your grandpa's favorite drink?
A Manhattan and an old fashioned. Manhattan, hands down. That was his favorite drink. He liked making drinks for other people. Tom, back in the day, I always remember hearing them talk about Tom Collins and things like that, just because those were easy drinks for people to pack a bunch of booze into. I think culturally okay to drink a lot of alcohol in. But he was a brown liquor guy for sure, and his favorite thing to say is he was like, oh, it's got to be happy hour somewhere. If you ever.
I like this line of questioning.
Yeah, I do too.
Also, what did Bree order? Says Tartarts.
Corona when I ordered from you. It wasn't like a drink. I don't think I
Oh yeah, no, it was. I worked at a place that sold more Coronas than anyone else in the nation, in the continental United States. We sold 1 million Coronas in 3 years. So hers was probably a Corona. I was probably giving her shit for it too, because by then I was like, this tastes like piss, I can't do this anymore. And then I was on to Pacifico or Negro Modelo or something that was not just something with a lime floating in it. And now we don't drink Corona at all, go figure. But we also got married on Cinco de Mayo, so I'd never have to work that again either. We like the number 5.
It was also 5505.
It was 5505, but at the same time, still. So that helped, but it also was we're taking this back. I've had to work how many
Gross.
how many Cinco de Mayos was pure just puking and everybody, I always find that fascinating that, John, when Americans take a holiday and we turn it into something that not even the people we gleaned it from think of it as. You know what I mean? I don't know how big...
If you're not throwing up, you're doing it wrong.
Right. I want somebody from Ireland to tell me how St. Paddy's Day is celebrated. Maybe that's not even it. Maybe they don't give two shits. And here we'll dye a river green and We'll take it to a whole new level. If you're not just puking green beer by the end of the day, you're a fucking failure kind of thing, you know?
Did you put a thumb in the beer so you could flip it upside down?
Oh, yes. And the Corona where you like popped it in and you tip it upside down.
Yeah. I don't enjoy my beer with fruit, and I didn't back then or now. But that was the thing. I think it was just a learned trait, right? But I guess if you're going to put lime in your beer, who the fuck just wants it sitting there on the top anyway? I guess if you're going to do it, you might as well tip it over. I'm trying to think less snobbily about it. Like, it was always just so much. Maybe it's because I had to cut, I would cut a case of limes a day. That got me a lot of good training. I was a bar back there for my friend Sean Latham, who's the funny comedian out there. Anybody can find him on YouTube. He and I got stuck bar backing for 3 years or 2 years. Both of us had experience, but because no one wanted to leave that job that was above us. And then also, I think they had hired 2 other people or 3 other people outside of us, maybe even up to 5 people, because he and I were so good at bar backing, nobody wanted to make anybody else do it. We'd had it down. They're like, well, yeah, anybody who does it for that long is, of course, going to be that good at it. So we got screwed out of advancing for a hot minute. I know he'd remember that. If you're out there, Sean, use that BMW and remember. Anyway.
I think we should go to those stories.
No, we should not go to those. Probably not.
No more questions for the evening.
That's it.
The questions are over.
No warrants. Just kidding. St. Patty's
Time
Day
is over.
Kinderlift St.
Just kidding.
Right?
Just kidding. We everybody think of the next story you want to hear while we make the next drink, right?
Yes.
Right. Well, hey, and
You
John,
can tell a yarn over that.
I just got the weirdest idea in my head right now, and I wonder if the executives at Kool-Aid were sipping in aviation when they were like, we need to combine grape and lemon flavor.
Oh, maybe.
You think this drink was perhaps the inspiration for Kool-Aid?
For lemon grape Kool-Aid flavor. I never quite understood that one, but really enjoyed it.
I actually forgot it.
I haven't had that one, but I could be inspired by this, sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, the story in my head is that 2 Kool-Aid executives were, out on the town one day, and
you think when Kool-Aid executives go to a bar, they can only drink Kool-Aid? They can't be seen drinking other competing beverages, like beer.
Don't bring me water.
It's like wearing Adidas.
Where's the color in this water? I need bright red water immediately. I wondered, that would make perfect sense. John, do you know that terrifies me of ever being a rep? I had a friend who was like, hey, there's a rep job, and I was like, and at one point I thought about that, but the idea that it didn't matter what they ever wanted to drink. That was not, that never mattered. It was what they had to drink and do that. And to me, I don't know, that takes a little bit of the life out of it, or it would for me, for my
yeah. You'd have to be a rep for just some conglomerate that has everything.
right.
Like they own half the product in the world. You can't drink the rarer stuff, the obscure stuff, but you can drink pretty much one of everything.
Oh yeah, then I could handle it. If you could just span the rest of it. But otherwise, I think about that where I like Maker's Mark, but I have a buddy who's a Maker's Mark rep, and that's all he can drink is Maker's Mark. And I'm like, I might want a gin and tonic today.
Right.
Fuck this.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, and that's all they can say is, oh yeah. They're never like you like this? Oh yeah.
So what you're saying is we should do a Kool-Aid themed episode.
Oh.
I think we could. Bree just died inside.
I just thought Jello shots.
Bree vetoed.
Jello shots. Yeah.
When I think of Kool-Aid.
Oh my god, what if one was a Jello shot? But I thought Jello, not Kool-Aid.
Yeah, but they taste like Kool-Aid, in my opinion. Like that's just like what it tastes like. What was it?
I don't know, John. Back in the day, I think they used to have like Ecto Cooler flavored
They did.
Kool-Aid. That would have been the shit if we
Like
could
the
find
Ghostbusters
that.
thing?
Yeah, Ghostbusters. That would have been rad to do like a juxtaposition flavor with Kool-Aid. Otherwise, I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
Aviation reconstructed with lemon grape flavor.
Yeah.
Just throw gin in.
Oh my god, I'm
lemon
doing it.
grape
All right,
Kool-Aid.
we're gonna do it. We're just gonna like sell bottles of it. I'm just kidding. Here's your purple gin. Just enjoy it. Aviation gin.
All right.
Oh, don't be sorry,
What's
Lorander.
next?
Yes, we did enjoy the aviation.
Yeah,
Dark Charts,
I'm
maybe.
very close to finishing mine, even though I shouldn't.
Right. But you know you want to.
I do.
It is tasty, and I like that it's bright. And to be honest, I'm really happy that in the order that we got, John, like that we talked about and decided on. I'm happy that followed the Sue's. It's a nice entryway into where we're headed.
Yes. Now our regular Kinder Lift is dying for this third drink that we're going to make, right?
Right? I'm very excited as well. I just love this new idea that our regulars are able to help us out and pick some of these cocktails with us, and it gives John and I a whole new angle to look at stuff from in your eyes and try and figure out why you picked it. Kinderlift, do you want to tell everybody what inspired you to pick this particular cocktail? Otherwise,
Yeah, and while we're waiting for that, we're making the Vavilov affair.
right.
That was Kinder Lift's choice.
And did you see what it was about? The anticipated. That's good. That's prior I actually pulled it on Reddit. Okay. Well.
What?
I-
Wait, what Reddit? There's a Reddit on just the Vavilov affair, which is that's the biography of this botanist, right? The Soviet era botanist.
Right.
What? Oh, it's in the cocktails Reddit. Okay.
Oh, okay.
See the link now.
Okay. But and that makes perfect sense. I mean, he was a. Thank goodness he existed and had the forethought that he did. I always find this fascinating, John, because we have so many people to thank that no one knows why you have them to thank necessarily, but you also don't know what motivated them to be such good stewards of like the seeds and of the earth, so that we could have some of these different plants like categorized and get the seeds so that we can have them all over the world. He did a lot of great things, and this cocktail, the idea of this cocktail is trying to combine a lot of the products that he helped, or I'm sorry, a lot of the plants that he helped not only categorize but expand, colonize across the world, that we use every day, that are staples in our diet. Things like corn, wheat, let's see, and then obviously we're using an apple because he was the first person to really find find the essence of where the apple originated, and how it expanded, and with that was able to create even more kinds of apples by crossbreeding, because he traced it back. Am I right, John?
Right.
And actually
Apple
figured
man.
out the DNA. Yeah. Well, that was cool too. It was something you and I talked about earlier, and that is that just like the lemons that we're using, and I'm not going to quote this 100% because I still need to research this too, but I had just seen a little blurb from somebody who was like, the lemon is actually a cross between bitter orange and citron that was created a few thousand years ago by humans, like crossbreeding them. And I find that amazing that there's something that there's all these things that happened before us that we're just convinced, oh yeah, this has been here forever. This is just how it's supposed to be. And somebody who lived 1,000 years ago wouldn't recognize half the shit that exists right now. It was in a completely different form. And the drink title, with an affair.
Yeah. So Kinder Kindred list number 1. Yeah. Okay. So he's given his reasoning.
Okay.
Thank you. Number 1, to have the cocktail named after someone. That's an honor. Nikolai Vavilov. Massive seed collector for early genetic research. Yeah, as we said, pioneer in botany out of the Soviet Union. And a drink title with affair definitely has a story.
Right.
Affair. The biography of Nikolai Vavilov was called The Vavilov Affair. He was basically put to death by Stalin, in Stalin's time for disagreeing on the theories of genetics. So kind of sad ending for the guy. And there's this whole book about it, a biography called The Vavilov Affair, and also this cocktail.
Well, we should definitely honor him because look at all that he actually did, even if he was like, it's how many times can I hear about people being burned at the stake for being a witch, for trying to get people to expand what they greatly probably already know. But
Exactly.
we really don't want to admit it. Well, I'm excited to put this whole thing together. It utilizes a lot of products that I already love, and most of them we've already utilized on the show, outside of one, and thanks to you, John, I'm in possession as well, and that's an apple. You know one thing I did forget, though? Do you want to grab me a muddler, Brie?
An apple and a sugar cube.
That's true. We haven't
I
used
can't remember the last time I crushed a sugar cube. I'm so used to syrups. But let's do it.
I'm very excited
the book
for it.
says.
And also, would you grab me the BFC as well, the bigger one? Thank you. And I don't know where
Folks at home, you heard that right. The BFC is coming out.
That's right. John, I don't know where my other blackwood, the African blackwood muddler is, but I'm going to be using just the little my little 3/4 inch oak dowel instead. Now, John, this one calls to build it in the glass, but I feel good.
Really?
I feel good about building it in the Yarai, and then pouring it over.
Yeah, great.
But we'll have to do the apple portion of it at the very, very end because that's supposed to go over everything.
Oh, wait, we can pour it over even if we're muddling a sugar cube?
Yeah, because the idea is that we're diluting
Okay.
it. That we're diluting that portion before we get there, or we can just go ahead and build it in the glass. It's up to you.
Okay. Oh, no, I'll follow your lead.
Okay.
Yeah.
The idea is that we're
I
going to
like
get
that
enough of the dilution.
you could see these 5 ingredients and just in your mind go, oh yeah, I know how to construct that.
Right.
Show me the way.
Okay. So Yarai style, if we're going to do that, we're still going to follow along the same notes that the book gives and how they want you to do it. So we're going to start with our raw Demerara cube, and we're going to drop it right into the bottom. So the reason I'm saying this, John, is because we're adding our Angostura now, and we're supposed to add a few drops of just plain water. So the idea is that we're creating a syrup, and by the end, after we add the booze and everything else, we should be there. The only thing I'm particularly noting is that we're using that citrus squeezer to add that apple, the juice of one apple slice on the top. And use the second one for a garnish. And I feel like that bright bitterness is not supposed to be necessarily integrated. I feel like it's supposed to sit on top. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. It's not like muddling the apple?
No, you're supposed to use your squeezer, I think. It says use a citrus squeezer to squeeze the juice of one apple slice onto the top. So since it's so specific, I want to follow that, and I'm guessing that we're going to get a bright, watery top kind of to the whole thing that kind of you cut through and have a little taste of it every time you take a sip. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay. So we'll leave our apple for right now. Start with your cube of sugar. Let's start with our Angostura bitters. I believe that's 2 dashes with that. And try and get them right on your cube if you can. I'm at about 2.5 with that, only because my bottle's a little heavy. And you know what I'm going to do to cheat?
I did a little bit more because I have a small dasher.
Right. How many did you do? 5? 4?
4.
Okay. So I'm going to steal a little bit of water drops from my own glass. It's a great way to cheat if you have to, especially because I'm drinking this and I'll wash my eye afterwards. But there are probably about 5 drops of water just in one straw. And all I'm doing is putting my finger over the top of that straw and making a little siphon like we do for our straw tastes when we're working behind the bar to test the drink before we send it out. Because then we taste that much, which is more than enough to have just a little bit of a taste to make sure the cocktail's correct. And unfortunately, that is necessary more oftentimes than not, especially in a busy bar. Okay, so John, now we're going to actually do the muddling. So we got a few drops of water in there. We have the Angostura in there, and we're just literally going to press this down, and we're making it into our brown sugar syrup, kind of, or our Demerara syrup. Which is now why, you know, like when we were at Raven Rose or a few other places, Demerara syrup gets you there without taking the time to do this. They didn't have that luxury back in the day, and they didn't want to waste their sugar going bad. They could keep it dry. Sugar will hold this way in cubes much better, and adding a little bit of water to it then is more shelf stable.
According to Reddit, this is also known as a apple old fashioned.
Ooh, thanks, Kinderliv. Reddit's calling it apple old fashioned.
Not Reddit, but
Or
on Reddit.
got it. No, I thought Reddit was a thing. I think Reddit's like the Demogorgon. I believe it has its own life. Essence. No? Nothing? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
Yeah, Charts. I use a teaspoon of syrup in old fashions, Demerara syrup or simple syrup, when I'm not crushing a cube.
Yeah, no more than
Billy,
a
would you say that's right? Teaspoon?
No more than a quarter ounce, I'd say. Just about that. I think, yeah, is that about right? It might be a little bit more than that. All right, so John, how's yours look? Mine's pretty broken up. I've got a few crystals left, but that's about it. Remember, we're gonna stir it still.
I don't know how fine I can get this at the bottom of my Uri.
Well,
with this particular
I forgot
muddler.
too. You have that muddler, not like a flat. Yeah. Just stick it out though for now, because we're gonna add some more liquid to it, and that's gonna help break up those crystals.
Yeah. Not too worried about it.
All right. So next up, we're gonna go bourbon. I'm going Elijah Craig small batch for my bourbon. I'm going 3/4 of an ounce. John, what are you using today?
Right. I just ran out of that, the one you're using, so I'm doing Old Forester.
Nice.
100%.
Ooh, I'm only at 94 proof. I'm a little jealous, I won't lie.
I love those 100 proof whiskeys.
And I forgot what I was doing, that I'm only doing 3/4 of an ounce for this one. So I'm going to put that over here. Put the Elijah Craig back. Let's get that Applejack out, because that's still going to add that appley flavor, right? It's got that nice juicy spirit to it, flavor to it. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you, Applejack? Come on, friend. Bree, do you see it? Am I just totally missing it?
Your Applejack?
Yeah, from my angle.
Isn't it right here?
Oh yeah. No wonder. I thought I put everything over there. Thank God you're here. All right, so we're going 3/4 of an ounce of that Applejack. Thank you, John. I'm curious how that 100 proof is going to taste with this.
They're both 100 proof. Interesting.
Yeah.
Double hundo.
Is does the Old Forester show bonded too? It does have a bonded sticker right there. I can see it. All right, so we get that. Just swapping bottles so quick.
Wait, it does? I don't see the word bonded, though.
Oh, on the bottom, on that little label that said 100 proof, does it say bottled and bond near there?
No,
Or on the- around the
no,
neck?
interesting. The bond does not come up on here.
They don't have to be just because they're 100 proof, but a lot of times they still do.
Right.
And I don't even know if it means what it did, but it's still there. Been around forever though. Since let's see, I believe it was right after Prohibition, because people were refilling bottles with bunk booze, with like bootleg booze and stuff that was made in a bathtub, and it was getting people sick because they thought they were still getting Gordon's rum or Gordon's gin or Layards or something else. So they started the bottled and bond to keep everything at 100 proof, and so that they could had to sit in a. I think part of the stipulations is it has to, for the last 4 years of its aging, it has to sit in a facility, like a government-run facility, to make sure that it's legit. I find those things fascinating, even though I'm doing a terrible job of regurgitating them tonight. But let's get to the drink. John, you ready to add ice?
Yeah. So no apple still.
No apple still.
Okay.
If you want, we can cut. Let's do that. Let's cut up our apple right now before we chill our drink, so that we don't have to let it sit for too long.
Okay. So 2 apple slices.
2 apple slices. And I'm gonna
Talking about
go.
like a wedge or like.
Well, anytime they usually go for apple slices, I think about leaving out the core when I think about and cutting along the side, and people wanting to see an actual flat 2 different sides of an apple, kind of like this, John, where they're seeing both white sides with just a solid peel. However, I think a wedge is going to do us better for our juicing portion of it. So I'm going to cut one or two of these in this slice style for garnish, and then I'm going to leave the other almost half of this for juicing. Okay, definitely have enough there. Got myself over. Let's see, 1 more. 2 more. Okay. That's just about a quarter of an apple, so I'm going to use that to squeeze in when we're ready. Tipsy for now. That'll work. Oh, and if anybody's going to follow along and they have their apples out there, make sure that we're going to... Remember, like we did with the last couple cocktails, you can put them at an angle if you want. If you want your apple to sit up, but the idea is to actually cut out a full wedge that is going to sit around the rim of your glass. So as thick as the glass is as thick as your slice is going to want to be. And I'm just going 2 parallel lines and then slicing down with the tip of my apple right through there. It should peel right off. And look, I got a nice, pretty angled apple. Ooh, I'm gonna put that one up there. That turned out nice first time around until I moved it. Like that. All right. You ready? Looks like you're all set too. Or did you cut your wedge out yet?
See if it fits on the glass. All right. Okay. Yes, I'm ready to squeeze.
Nice. You mean stir? We got to stir this thing down first. So let's start with.
Right.
Let's add our ice to our yari. And we're going to chill this down and get a nice dilution from it. And I'm going to stir, it's going to be about a 30-second stir. Remember, water is a huge component in all of our old fashions. So we added a little bit of water at the beginning, which usually isn't added. Usually, I mean, there's going to be a little bit because of the syrup. But you're wanting to get your actual dilution from this. It's blooming your whiskey. It's letting you taste all the flavors that you have in there. making it a more palatable cocktail. A little bit better balance. You can still feel the outside, just like we do with our shakers, and kind of know. You'll start to feel the depth of your, the depth or the thickness of your yari, your stirring glass. You can also test it on the back of your hand to know how chilled it is. Mine's pretty much right where it needs to be. So I'm going to get a julep strainer out and strain it right over my BFC. Now, we got our juice. And I'm going to just go ahead and, I got my wedge in there, I'm just going to squeeze it down. How funny would it be if I broke this thing the first try I would use it?
It'd be fitting.
It would be perfect. And I'm dropping this apple, the juice that's coming out of this Granny Smith, this sharp apple that it called for, right on top of that same cube. The reason why is I want it to kind of hit and splash and cover the whole top of this drink. I've gotten everything. Oh, I did have a little bit more. Look at that. Turn it to its side and we get the rest out of there. Man, I'm excited for this cocktail, John. While John does that, let's see if I can. I don't know why. I'm inspired by the bunny coming tomorrow.
Perfect. Forgetting about the bunny.
Don't forget about the bunny.
How much juice do you think this is total?
I'd say in between a teaspoon and a quarter ounce.
Okay.
Or right about. What is a teaspoon? I have it over there too. Maybe just a little bit less.
Yeah, you wouldn't. It seems low, but yeah, you wouldn't want much juice in an old-fashioned style cocktail.
Right, and I think it's just meant to really accentuate and add to the Applejack flavor. 'Cause you're already gonna have it's Applejack still has a distinct appleness to it. Oh, it didn't turn out as well, but it's still cute. I'm gonna put it up there one more time. I don't know why the lemon's there. There we go.
How's this?
Yours looks
Yeah.
Yours looks good. Looks pretty. There we go. Perfect. Wow. You're
We have an
okay.
apple.
I didn't want to catch John's.
Johnny, you ready to try it? You just try an apple now?
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Nice bitter apple.
Mm. Yours looks pretty good too. Ooh, I like the twin garnish. Well done.
Thanks. I was thinking of the bunny. Trying to get bunny ears. It's Easter
Okay.
tomorrow, you know? All right.
Right.
Cheers, sir.
Cheers.
Kinderlift, thank you.
We good?
But yeah, it's
Yeah,
delicious.
thank you. I concur. Thank you.
Well, that's a fun one.
Apple is so fun. It just, like you said, less than a quarter ounce, well under a quarter ounce of
It's good.
apple. How that can change an Applejack and bourbon old fashioned.
Yeah. It brightens it up, lightens it up a little. And I'm gonna get that one out of my face. Do it. There we go. Just keep the racing stripes. Yeah, I like that one. And I like that there's only just a little bit of Ango in there too. Because then you're not tasting like the cinnamon or the spice. You're really tasting like a lot more apple than you'd expect. Well done, Kinderliff. Thank you. Tarts. It is. It's lovely. I agree. Just nice and light. Juicy. Oh man, I shouldn't have said that. Now I'm thinking how I should be eating it with the Juicy Lucy burger from Lardo. I don't know why it happened. I'm drinking a juicy drink and thinking of a juicy burger. Have you ever had a Juicy Lucy, John?
I feel like I have, but not from Lardo.
I think it was a special. I don't think
It was a special. They do good things there, though. They're awesome.
Is that a regional sort of burger style? I'm trying to remember where I could have had it before.
Yeah, I think it. Bree said she thought it was Midwestern. I'd concur. I think it's it reminds me of my family from Wisconsin and her family from Minnesota. Just this fatty burger doesn't have enough to it. We'll put cheese on top, but we got to get some more cheese right inside there. You know, like that's really, it's not quite enough cheese. This comes from a poutine lover, so you can eat fried cheese.
It's got to be Midwestern then.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Something with tahini, yeah, something's totally different. But that one's just straight Midwestern, I feel like. Big cheese regions. Could be German. Is that a big cheese region? No, that's a big meat region. Let's look it up. Bree's gonna check on that. She's connecting with the Oracle right now.
The place that it was created, I think.
Dang it, Atreyu.
2 bars in Minneapolis claim to be the inventor of the burger.
Did you get that, John?
Minneapolis.
Okay, that makes sense. That Bree's dad started off as a chef there.
Heritage.
Right?
The Juicy Lucy heritage.
I've just had it a couple times and I've been like, not really that great. But we had one at Lardo like a month ago, and holy shit! I was like, my arteries will hate me, but I could eat this on the regs.
Well, I think some of them, like, it's all about the cheese ratio inside the burger. Like, if it's too much cheese, it's like molten lava, and it like shoots out in your mouth, and you want to it like burns you. Like, they had a good ratio at Lardo.
They had a good ratio. It's true. Sorry, I got lost with shooting in your mouth.
The cheese ratio.
Mm-hmm.
Team Bree quotes.
Oh my god, I love it. I wonder if he made any secret cocktails. I'm reading Kinderliff's. He had quite a collection. Oh hell yeah! Does he have any other like non-secret cocktails that you know of? That he actually does he have any cocktails that he actually penned that you know of, Kinderliff? Because I feel like this one was still just inspired by him, right?
Right. This drink was inspired by him. Perhaps is it a Drunken Botanist original?
How would we know?
Unclear.
We'd have to look. We'd have to look that up online, I suppose.
But he was active in Soviet era research. So what we're talking, 30s, 40s, 50s?
Yeah.
What would that have been a time where you were rationed alcohol as part of your service to the state?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like everyone was rationed alcohol if they knew what was good for the state. Haven't you noticed? That's why liquor stores and dispensaries were essential places immediately here, John. No government that wants to last knows not to let their folks self-medicate. I don't know why. I feel like people would have got booze before bread, but maybe that's like my conditioning as far as like what I was shown to see from those images from those times, you know?
Yeah. And would it be stereotypical for me to say that Vavilov got a ration of vodka. I don't know what liquor they were producing in his time.
Right. We just assume it's vodka, but maybe
Or,
it wasn't.
or importing. Yeah.
Right. I feel like vodka was Russia's was known as Russia's contribution, but maybe that could all be just like everything else that we find out. They're like, just like our lemons, right, John? We're really like, of course, the lemon tree. God invented the lemon. It's been here since, been here since it began. Really? Oh no, that's only like a couple hundred years old, or that's only 1,000 years old.
You want to know my favorite vodka origin? My favorite origin story. Well, the origin of vodka's popularity in America. It was a marketing stunt. Soviet products were not necessarily trusted. Russian products. This is even pre-World War II. Russia.
Fuck.
So a vodka company partnered with the Cock and Bull bar in Hollywood, Los Angeles, to promote vodka in a drink, and they came up with the Moscow Mule.
Right, because somebody had a
and
bunch
now
of...
that's a drink. That's a drink that almost everybody knows.
Because somebody, and then remember, these were two people though. These were three people with products that they couldn't fucking get rid of. One of them had copper cups. The other, I kid you not, the other one had ginger beer, and the other one had vodka, and we're like, and they were like, what the fuck how do we sell these products? And they literally had a meeting and combined their products, and now everybody's like, you can't drink that unless you drink it out of a copper cup. Where's my copper cup?
Well, that's triple as good as my story. I was, talking just about like vodka being the what Americans don't trust it. How do we get this? Probably locally made spirits like whiskey were okay then. I don't know what Americans drank back then, but they weren't trusting vodka yet. And now vodka, Moscow Mule aside, vodka's got to be one of the number one liquors in the country, right?
I'd say now that they have all the flavors that they do, it probably is.
I'm just saying popularity. I'm not saying we would use it on this show.
Oh no, right, 100%. But I'm saying that leads to its popularity. The price point and the how clean, like how non-taste, how it doesn't impart any taste, and then now the new flavors that do impart taste. I feel like those were the first two things that got everybody.
But I would say it's also on Americans' minds as just the go-to. Like they're not even thinking about whether it tastes or doesn't taste. It's just vodka. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
A thing. I'm not saying it's flavored or not flavored or filtered or non-filtered. It's just vodka is just a good thing. Isn't it amazing? Like that turnaround.
Yeah.
In less than 100 years.
It's funny because I don't think that, but yeah, you're right. I never think vodka for anything. In fact, we've got one bottle or only two here, and it's still a good product. I've had many different variations of it that I find inspiring. In fact, remember the potato Carlson Gold, the gold potato one, the really earthy one that I think I showed you. Really expensive, most expensive potato vodka out there, but like that has an actual like unique potatoy flavor to it. And I see us growing to that. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's just like it's a safe bet. I know I can deal with it.
Yeah. They're not thinking flavor. It'll get you drunk. That should be its tagline. Vodka. It'll get you drunk.
I suppose you're right.
Kid or Lift summarized it. It's all about marketing. All these full-page advertisements and magazines.
Yeah, you're right. And Absolute was like, oh fuck, in the mid 2000s when Absolute came out and I was like going strong in bartending, like that was the shit. Absolute Citron, people couldn't get enough of it. Absolute Mandarin, I have a Mandarin and Sprite. This is amazing. Do you taste the orange in this thing?
It was like the grape ones, right?
There you go.
Oh, you're right.
7-Up.
7-Up and grape flavored. I remember that was a thing. They called it something too. People.
It was like
I forgot.
grape or something.
Something stupid, I'm sure.
Welcome in, T-Burger. Thank you for blessing us with this vodka knowledge.
Yes. Or what did it say? Definitely vodka through bread.
Oh.
Well, hello, Teresa.
From high school.
We were just gonna tea-burger you for the next hour or two. Now we got Teresa.
Well, welcome in, Teresa. Pleasure to have you.
Wait, like vodka through a Brita, like a Brita pitcher?
No, yeah, like a Brita filter.
What?
Because it would smooth it out one more. It's a charcoal filter. It's a quadruple charcoal filter, so
I
it
did
would
not know
it would take that. It would no. Well, yes, apparently, it would take the flavor.
But you're not, so that's impossible. I just missed it.
Yeah, you just missed it. Oh yeah, you're right.
We're the same
age. You're just not hanging out with the cool kids I am that are trying to turn Papa vodka into Grey Goose.
Also,
With a Brita filter, right, John?
A lot earlier than me too.
I've never run. No, I've never run alcohol through anything except straight out of the bottle and into my mouth.
Okay.
That's,
This is the thing that I.
That's where I get.
Oh my god, not pop up. That's awesome. This is a thing that I'm
Oh my
actually
God.
like. I really do know
Oh, that I know.
that people really do that. I have not needed to do that either, John, because I've been drinking scotch since I was 14. But still, let's not talk about that. Pop off should be banned only because it's in plastic bottles most of the
It's
time.
like well, not only.
I used it to clean my PC. Oh my god. When I went to Bearlick, who were featuring for After Hours, John, it's still my favorite thing that they like moistening down for one more safety measure. They'll spray down your cans with gin, Gordon's gin, so that because it's technically the proof. You know what I mean? The right proof to.
Gordon's gin is antiseptic.
Thank you. Yes.
Wow.
Or gin. If it's yeah, because if you think about it, like 90, like the strongest rubbing alcohol is 90 proof, and Gordon's gin's 80 proof, and then regular rubbing alcohol is only 60 proof. So you're already, yeah. HRD is the local bottom shelf. Wait, what? That was everywhere in college. What the fuck is HRD?
Hood River Distilling.
Oh. That's
See, I'm not from here. I didn't go to college here.
me
so.
neither. Okay. Poland Spring vodka.
Poland Spring has a vodka.
Apparently, it's not a good vodka. Apparently, it came out of his Poland toilet. And not Poland Spring.
Visiting the East Coast, Poland Spring is a bottled water there, right?
Oh shit.
I was a little caught off guard. Was like, do I drink this? What is this? It was just a brand name that I wasn't familiar with on the West Coast.
I've never heard of it, so thank you for saying that, because you just made me feel
But so the fact that there's vodka also new information.
Do you think that it was an alkalinity switch gone wrong? Wait, so we won't go too far into it, but since we do talk about local, like current events, have you known about alkaline water and like the fad that was alkaline water for like the last 10 years?
Yeah. I used to go to this acai place, like smoothies, and bowls, and they had a water dispenser that was alkaline water, and it went very well with the acai smoothie, so I had it every time. The fad did not extend to my buying the water.
Right. Or the
So
very expensive water machines that will do it for you. And
yeah,
I had
which I think this place had.
right. I had somebody try and sell me on this in California in a very in a California mansion in probably 2007. And they were, you can clean your house with it. What you do is you take the good water that doesn't have all the alkalinity, and you can take, and then you have the byproduct with all the alkaline in it, and it can like clean your house with all this bad stuff that it just extracted out and naturally, and all these amazing, fantastical things. And I always remember thinking and people's concepts with those things are always like, usually like getting your body back to where it should be or where it naturally is supposed to be, but nobody ever naturally had a fucking alkalinity like extractor. So I'm always a little suspect of that. Like, let's get you back to where humans never have been, kind of thing. And you're like, wait. So I wasn't sure on how it was, but I was interested in the concept of it only because I love like molecular. I love science. Honestly, I think it's fucking I think the world's fascinating. So why not? Why miss out, right? But then, just in the last 2 days, I just heard that like people are suing like left and right because they have liver failure from drinking this alkaline water all the time, and were sold like because none of these things were ever like ever approved or found out about or. Again, I don't know, unsubstantiated, because I choose to try and live my life through my life and not through my Google as much as I can. But like, I don't know. I haven't dove into the true. Like, I don't know how true it is, John. I don't know how widespread it is. You know, everything on like news feeds make it sound like it's like the next coming, but like it was still interesting to me. There's still got to be a certain amount of fact to it. And yeah, it was just like, holy shit, that stuff that I was like, that seems a little weird, too good to be true, is like, yeah, it was way too good to be true, and you probably shouldn't have just listened to your neighbor who said, drink it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough because sometimes humanity finds a better way than nature, but more often than not, nature wins.
Right. More often than not, I feel like we are trying to get back to where, just like we were dealing with the fires last summer, and everybody's like, you know, we really should have never stopped the small controlled burns that like Native Americans used to like adhere to keep the forest like at its levels. But as you know, as anyone colonizing, we came in and going, there's no way you can know how to do this right. We've got a better way. And then 200 years later, right, we've got this down. And 200 years later, you're like, oh, we can't shoot the forest. We may have to do something to mitigate these problems. Right. Yeah. So like, it's like we're trying to get back to where, yeah, isn't that funny? But then again, medicine has advanced to a place that I'm very happy about also. So I'm constantly torn with my life.
Right. So say we all.
Aren't we all? Yeah, for sure.
Salute to how torn we are with life.
Right? It's tearing. But it's so worth it, one way or another. All right, well, we've got to eat. It's about time. Are you ready to take a quick break and put some more booze in our bellies, but we're also going to get some food in there too? We're doing FOMO fried chicken tonight. We're doing Korean fried chicken from them. We're doing Bear Lick beer and River Rain gin, right?
That's right. Let's get to it.
Let's do it. All right, we'll see everybody back in like 15 minutes about. Give us some time to clean up and reset, and we'll see you soon.
Be right back.
Thanks for joining us tonight. Be right
Good job, so suck it to me.
There's 2 of you, John. For me
2
to
of
see.
me.
Well, just for me to see. Because I'm looking at
Oh.
Skype.
How does that work?
I don't know. It must be like... It's like a different angle. Do you have your phone up there too? Or your other camera? Like, I'm literally seeing like a slightly different version of you.
Oh, yeah.
Twice.
I guess I could turn that off. Probably save some CPU that way. But you know what? I just probably resized myself in every...
No, it didn't. It didn't. It's a miracle.
We're good?
Yes.
It's a miracle.
That's what happens when there's no rhyme or reason to anything.
Okay.
You do something that you
Well-
think is going to mess with it.
Miraculous.
Well, we're back on.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, John lost his bow tie.
Hello, everyone. Oh, I could lose this top button, too. Ugh.
Oh, yeah.
What am I thinking?
I like the short sleeve shirt tonight, though, John. The spring bartending look.
You are one of those.
Thank you.
Spring bartender. Summer, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, 60 degrees is summer here. I sat out in the sun. I think my cheeks even got like a little bit red. And my chest for like 5 seconds. That's how much I haven't seen the sun.
Right. Did I just get burnt?
I'm like, I just got burnt. I sat in a chair for 5 minutes and I'm burnt. This is good. John, what bear lick did you get? I think I've had yours before, if I'm recognizing the can.
Yeah. It's called Day by Day Hazy Lager. I've never had a...
Did we have that one?
I've
Babe?
heard-
The one with the Venn diagram on it? I feel like we'd had that one.
Can I see the can?
Yeah. We're drinking Bear Lick tonight, Kinderliff. It's a local beer.
Oh, we didn't get that one.
Oh, we didn't? Maybe I
No,
just
we
saw
thought about it, but we didn't get that one.
Um,
Tell me more.
hazy IPAs are all the rage in the last year or so, couple years. I've never heard of a hazy lager, so I had to get it. I've never tried it.
And your thoughts?
Brewed like a hazy and
Has it
fermented
tried?
like a lager with Citra, Galaxy, and Hallertau Blanc hops.
Huh. I'm
So
excited.
is it
And then-
smooth? Oh, sorry.
He hasn't opened it yet.
Oh, my bad.
And then it has this poetry on the side, or perhaps song lyrics.
Is it a haiku?
No, it's fairly long.
Okay.
Again, beer's called Day by Day. Slow and low, inch by inch, one moment at a time, or not, who knows. This is scary, terrifying, or is it? Yes, it is. What should I do? How can I help? I want to be close, but I can't. For now, but how long? No one knows. We are in this together. All we've got is day by day.
I like it. It's very, that was
My
poetic.
dramatic reading of this beer can.
I like
John,
the dramatic
well done.
reading. You made it even, wrap the poem.
Is that
Yeah, turn
Is
it
that
around.
a song lyric? Is that a?
I don't think so. That sounded, I mean,
No,
it's
at
not a
first I
song
was
I know.
expecting it, but yeah.
You getting in?
I think I might.
What poet did they commit? What poet did Bear Lick Brewing commission?
Maybe they just tapped into the sadness of
It
the
was
last
Jim.
year.
Jim's one of their like longest fantastic reps. Jim and Eldon that I know, and they probably one of them. In fact, when I went in today, I just saw one of their faces, Jim's face, on a beer label that they put 6 feet. They used their beer
Oh, yeah.
labels for 6 feet spacing.
You're gonna have to scoot a lot closer to me for anybody. to
Oh my
see
god,
your
I
face.
love you though, so I
It-
can deal with that.
It is not a energy drink, Kinderlift. It's definitely a beer. It's from the same company that made this label, Dad Beer.
Yeah.
I like the dab beer a lot.
Do you really?
Mm-hmm.
I would have got more today.
No, I really wanted to try this, so I'm glad you picked this.
Yeah, I'm trying something new. Mine's only 5.2. Dad Beer is 4.8. This would have been good too, but I'll save that for.
This is really good. I got mild stallions.
What kind of beer is that?
It's a golden mild, which I've never heard of before. It's like a English mild ale. They boiled it for 6 hours. Well,
Is that what you had the other day, John?
I had their British Golden Ale. I don't remember the name of it. It was very good. Again, very light, but flavorful.
I'll try it.
Yeah, please. I wonder if that's what this is.
Yeah, it might be what.
Oh yeah,
That's just smooth.
It is smooth. But like an English style ale, it's got like a little bit more to it.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Types of flavors.
And then food.
Cheers.
are we in after hours? Cheers.
We're in after hours. It's official.
Okay, Nerleft's asking about the bars here. Seems like they're all trying to open.
Yeah, everybody's in full swing to try and open. John, have you been out to anywhere?
Not that you can sit inside or sit at the bar. Definitely not at the bar.
No.
I remember there was one place. No, this was during summer. I could order at a bar, and they had this big plexiglass shield between you and the bartender. It's unusual.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm very excited for that not to be the case. Like when I'm more excited to go back when that's not the case.
I mean, honestly, in my opinion, they should just, like, don't try and open now. Just, like, figure out a way to, like, make the most of the summer and the outdoor weather.
We do have the great outdoors right now, yeah.
But, I don't know.
But everybody's so excited to, like, try and get their business back, too, that they haven't had the whole time. So
Right.
it's this weird, like, necessity over, like... I will say, I've never lived in a place where people really, like, as far as, like, the city of Portland that I heard from, never really, like, bitched, or everybody seemed to understand that it was, like, for the greater good that they were willing to do this.
Right.
Right? Like, didn't you get that impression, John?
Like, nobody was super complainy.
In Portland?
Yeah. Like, everybody was really like,
Yeah,
we totally
Portland-
get this.
Portland has largely fallen in line.
Yeah.
It's when I hear about other places, other cities where nothing's enforced. If anything, they're complaining about, do we really have to do this thing?
Right.
Um,
It's definitely how it seems like in Arizona. Based on people that I know.
Occasionally, I hear of, from service people, at least services that are still open, I hear people throwing a fit that, I don't want to wear a mask. Like, well, for example, my friend's a barber is like, well, do you want your haircut or not? You can not get a haircut today.
Right.
And they usually acquiesce, like, if that's the choice.
Right.
Right. Right.
Well, I feel like that's
Well, how about we just do what we have to do? I think that's a hard thing for a lot of people, though, in general. I feel like. I think the last year, if you didn't learn this yet in your life, the last year it has to make it a gleaming example in many different arenas. That, like, people have a really just hard time, like, adapting to, well, that's just the way it is now. Like, cool story of how it was, but this is just how the way it has to be right now.
Well, and, like, the more you stomp your feet, the longer it takes. It literally is like children. When you know what I mean? You're like, okay, well, you can pitch a complete fit, or you can just do this one thing, and we'll be done with it faster. Like, this will all be over faster.
Yeah. I do feel like that right now, John, where I'm just like, fuck, we've held on for so long, and I know a lot of us are getting vaccinated. I'm not yet, but I know, like, a lot of people are still getting vaccinated right now, but, like, I'm stuck in this, like, bottom of the fourth. Are you gonna walk off the field right now? Like,
Yeah.
we won the
Stay the
game.
course.
These motherfuckers just ran 3 touchdowns because you walked off the field. Like, I don't know.
You just had football.
Right.
Like, you just totally showed how much you don't pay
Don't know
attention
about football.
sports.
Yeah. I know.
You did like a baseball, football mix match.
Oh yeah, end of the fourth quarter. I
Oh, you
should've
were saying
done
fourth
that.
quarter, yeah.
Yeah.
It sounded like you were talking about innings, and so I was like, wait, what's happening here? And I'm
Bottom
like,
of the
sorry.
ninth.
There you go. Good job!
Bases loaded. I played all these sports. I know the fucking rules. I just don't.
You played football.
I did play football.
You
Played
did?
every sport there is. Football was the most boring sport there was. John, did you ever play football?
No. No, I didn't do sports in school.
You stood there in the middle of the hot. At least I did it. I did spring, like in summer football in Arizona, and I was like, "This is fucking." Wait, so I get to stand here in these hot clothes with the extra hot clothes on underneath them, just to wait to play for like 20, 30. You know what I mean? Like, nah, no, I'm good.
The sandwich is really good.
But I was playing like yeah, the sandwich is really good. I think I played in like 5 different sports though, so I had enough. Football was the most boring shit ever. And I say that after playing baseball for like 12 years.
So what's the deal with what we're eating? This delicious, delicious fried chicken.
Well, Sun Kim, this fantastic human being that I got to meet, he started this place. He and I worked at Cart Lab together. I got hired to be the bar manager of that place. And it was the idea that you were taking a bunch of carts, which I still really like the idea, John. I've never given up on this, on some sort of version of this concept, because I really do believe in it, but theirs was a little different. Basically what they did was they took in 4 or 5 different carts, products, or 4 or 5 different carts, and they made their food there, basically. So they had koi fusion, they had PDX sliders, FOMO fried chicken, tight tacos, and at the beginning it was all myself and all the owners of each one of these individual places making all the food and opening all the things. But their long-term idea was that they kind of like franchised it out. And then they had just a core group of people making the food from... A core group of people at each location making the food from all these other people. Me personally, I think it translates better to have the people who make the food in charge of making the food.
Right.
And, like, so I love the idea of still having, like, a bar somewhere. I still want to do this, like, someday. I'd rather, like, have, like, even an outdoor-ish style bar, one that could be indoor or warmed for the winter, but still outdoors-ish. And this would work pandemic or not. And then be able to bring in like 3 to 6 food carts to like, and then I could make drinks that would complement the food of each one of the carts that we had. And they could rotate. Like they didn't have to stay, and it'd be a constant challenge and a new thing. We'd always be making new drinks to go with the new food, and
yeah, like with a retractable garage door or something like that.
yeah, well, exactly.
This was like an old, like, not like Ruby
This was an
Tuesday
old,
or like it was something like that.
oh
like,
shit! What was the name of it? This was an old John. I know you'll know this if I get it partway out there. It was like an old
it was like a
Stanford's. You know Stanford's?
that's what.
Yeah.
It was an old Stanford's, the way they did it, and this particular one got put into a building that was going to get torn down in a year and a half. So we had a very finite amount of time anyway to make this work. None of us really realized
It was
this
like
until
proof
the
of
end.
concept, but you still had to put so much money in.
Right.
It was such a weird thing, yeah.
Met a lot of good people though, and I met Sun Kim. Sorry, back to where we
FOMO.
started with FOMO Fried Chicken. He's an awesome person. He's got a good product. And he doesn't try and do too many things. He just tries to do one thing right. And I've always told Bree that that's like my favorite thing. Just like Ryan from PDX Sliders, and that's how we met, was through Ryan. I really like it when people don't Cheesecake Factory themselves. As far as like a restaurant or a food car, or like, I really fucking...
Trying to do too much.
Yeah, I hate the concept of spreading yourself so thin instead of finding like 1 or 2 good things you're good at and like sticking with them and really like...
Right.
You can be creative with them and explore past them, but like really like...
I mean, that's what your specials are for. When you run a special,
Exactly, yeah.
You need to make like, you need to have 30,000 things on your menu.
Right, you still have just like, you just do a good job of those things. I feel like people who do that are like good folks that just, they deserve to do well for just having a good, solid, reliable product. I don't know, there's something about that that's just wholesome to me. I want to support it. And he does a great gluten-free and spicy. So Bree and I tonight, we got the spicy Korean fried chicken with rice, pickled daikon, and pickle chips, and coleslaw. And then we also got the... Oh, yeah, is that right? And then we also got the gluten-free fried chicken, which is like southern style, a little spicier, with black pepper mashed potatoes, corn, and coleslaw. There you go. And what'd you get tonight? Sorry, I got you there. You're
Slow.
you're good.
I'm slowly but consistently putting it away over here.
Well done.
It's really good. I got the half and half, half spicy, half sweet. I don't know if it would be portion or maybe just it's a mixture of sauce. But it's a half bird, and I am finding this so dangerously easy to eat.
Yeah, so the whole chicken, half chicken thing is a new thing. It originally started out with just the boneless chicken. So like that's a new... We almost got it. But we were like, oh, let's go for what we're used to.
Right. Sun started this, John, as a pop-up. Which is still what I want to try and do, too, before anything else. But that's how everybody got so excited about knowing what he was bringing before the cart even opened. And I thought that's such a smart, intelligent idea in today's like restaurant market. Oh yeah, you know it about that Cheesecake Factory.
I don't think I'll ever forget sitting down at Cheesecake Factory for the first time and they like hand you that book and you're like, seriously? Like, what do I do with this?
What's
Can I just go
Egyptian about
home?
this?
Yeah, I just want to go home now.
Where
Am I
they're
supposed to play like roulette with this and just like have it pick something for me?
right? How can you be good at grilled fish and like something?
So chicken and waffles, we don't really have
Ken?
chicken and waffles here, do we?
John, do you know? I don't know of any real good chicken and waffles.
It makes me think
Screen door.
Screen door.
Sorry.
Screen Door, yeah,
Uni
which is
Eddie's
good,
here.
but then Kinderlift called out Roscoe's
I mean,
Los Angeles. That's the place.
We've never been
Yeah.
to Roscoe's. There was a place in Arizona called Lolo's, and they were really good too, and they had chicken and waffles.
it all came from Miss White's. So Miss White's was Roscoe's.
Yeah.
Was Phoenix Roscoe's. Miss White's chicken was the that was the place where people in Phoenix would like the attorneys and all the like people in government would come eat with everybody else. Like people in suit and ties and people in like
Yeah.
overalls all eating at the same spot because this fucking chicken and waffles was so nuts and so good. And then her grandson opened Lolo's. And
Yeah.
I think they ended up having like 3 or 4 locations too. I'm not sure how they made it through the pandemic, but
How about the airport?
Miss White's was like pre-Roscoe's even. Hers started in I believe it was in the 1920s or 30s. But I wish they'd had a good chicken and waffle that wasn't Screen Door that you were gonna sit out and wait for like in a line.
I mean, you waited in a line at Lolo's. That's
Yeah,
the first time
that's
we ever
true.
waited in a line. But Screen Door was ridiculous.
Does Yonder do chicken and waffles? Tartar
I
Sacks.
bet they will.
So I've had their fried chicken. It's awesome. It's subtle. Compared to this, I think that this is a pretty big flavor bomb. You know, a lot of batter and a lot of sauce. Yonder's a bit more reduced take. I bet that would make for a good
Wait,
chicken
is
and waffles.
Yonder May Lovelace? Is that her place?
I don't know.
Okay, Maya. Yes, thank you, Niebi. Okay. We haven't been there.
Hi, Debbie, I miss you.
I know.
I've been wanting to call you so
We got-
bad. We'll get to that.
We got our Oracle.
It's Maya.
Oracle
maybe.
sitting at the bar.
Right? It is my
Maya.
Here, do you want some gluten free? I'm kind of
No,
been
I'm
housing it.
I'm like totally stuffed.
I'm not even
I need a break.
close. John, I'm impressed, but you don't have any sides either. So I gotta remind myself that
Do
I
you have
got
that
like.
slaw? I think I see slaw.
I got Mine didn't come with sides, but I got the dill pickle chips and coleslaw.
The slaw's super good.
Yeah.
I haven't even tried it yet. The pickle chips almost didn't make it on the car ride home. I mean, that is to say, I almost ate them.
Oh, John, follow up from last stream. Billy and I went back to Oregon and we had the avocado smoothie with coffee, and I literally almost died. It was so good.
She pulled over and called me.
My job here is done.
Yeah,
We
seriously. I'll forever trust your taste. So just suggest things.
No. That's all I got. That one.
I'm leaving on the high note. I'm tapped out.
Yeah,
That's
it was
it.
so good.
Oh, man. I forgot. I'm doing Nugs beer just because, I mean, anybody who knows me knows why. I saw a big beer with fucking Nugs on the side. Exclamation point. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to try that.
Oh my goodness.
But I also was growing nugget hops in the backyard, so that's pretty. That's why, too. I like those right. I like those nugget hops. Did you know those are created by OSU?
No.
They have a bunch of hops here that make up a lot of our beers. They have some of them have different numbers, but that nugget one was.
Yeah.
OSU
OSU has a lot of
horticulture.
yeah, like hybrid type.
Animal husbandry? No, plant husbandry?
No, not
Is that a thing?
animal. No, I mean that's not what it's called, but.
Sorry, I made it cut off. Everybody wanted to see my
splicing,
full
gene
mouth.
splicing.
Well, I don't want to deny anybody them.
Of your face.
Mhm.
That's nice of you. You can scoot
I'm
over.
selfless like that.
Oh goodness me.
Mine's Nugget though, Centennial and Strata
Wait,
hops.
can I try yours?
And it's not, yeah, of course. And it's not hazy. And I'm digging that. I just wanted a hazy break. I still like hazies. Just
I don't
sometimes
like
feel a
that.
little too.
It's too floral. It tastes like so.
But not as floral as Mosaic.
No, I like mosaic.
I know, isn't that strange? I
It
feel like
has,
this
a
isn't
soap
quite as much.
back, at the end.
Oh, it's because I spit soap in it. Damn it.
Well, that's disgusting. So I'm sorry,
Damn it,
dear,
Ellie.
for blaming you for disgusting things.
The gluten-free reminds me of KFC, just in the, not
Oh,
really
corn
KFC, but
and
the
mashed
corn and mashed potatoes
potatoes.
together, yeah.
Yeah.
John, did
Speaking
you know,
of-
what? John, did you know I worked at KFC? Back,
He was a
back in the day?
manager at KFC when he was 12.
Oh, I wasn't.
You weren't a manager? I thought you were a manager.
They tried to get me to be a
Oh,
manager.
that's the story. Okay. Weren't you underage though when you started working there? You were child labor and you lied about your age.
I forged a social security card and something else.
How old were you? 13?
14.
Couldn't you be? Oh no, you had to be 15.
You had to be 15, but I needed the money. I had to work. I didn't have parents that did the job they were supposed to do. They didn't agree to the terms of that
Fair
agreement.
enough.
So KFC didn't really. I had a friend there that started working there at 13. She did work there at 13. So she was like, "Yo," another poor friend from back in the old neighborhood. And she was like, "Hey, if you want a job, you can get one here." And started working at KFC. John, I worked there for 3 years. I think maybe 3, maybe. Yeah, I worked there for at least 3 years, maybe 4.
A long time.
At one point, I got to cook. I got to do. Dude, I did every job in that place.
Yeah, you learned a lot.
They kept making me go up front because I could talk
But you
to
never
people,
learned
and I could
secret,
get people to
You never learned the secret spice.
They
mix,
sent
did
you the spice
So
mix.
all pre-mixed. Right?
Yeah, all premixed. It's a lot of pepper, a lot of black pepper, and a lot of garlic. I'll tell you that right now. My favorite was that that everybody used to talk about the fucking genetically modified chickens that had 6 legs.
Gross.
This isn't a real...
Wait, is that real?
No, it's not a fucking real thing. But it was all based on... They come from Tyson, a fucking poultry butcher. And what they do is they butcher 3 or 4 chickens at a time and put... So, and KFC only deals with the big pieces, right? So breasts, legs, thighs, and wings. So every bag just had... It didn't come from a fucking genetically modified chicken with 6 wings. It was just 3 fucking chickens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it always killed me. I was like, what? Like, how can you not... Okay. They came in like bleach water. That wasn't my favorite part, to keep them like from being too contaminated. They were like bleach dunked chicken. That's not a current practice in my cooking, my household cooking. So, not sure how I deal with that now. But I ate a fuck ton of that. We used to jump at the end of the night. They have to like get rid of almost everything. So eventually, I had all my friends get jobs there too, in high school. And so we would, like, at the end of the night, they close at 9 o'clock. We'd take probably there was like 12 to 15 buckets of chicken left over, mashed potato. And we'd bring them to parties and, like, cater the parties with KFC. Like, we have parties at his house. Like,
and those chocolate cakes.
Oh, and those chocolate cakes were the shit. I'll still never get over those chocolate cakes. I housed so many of those frozen fucking chocolate cakes. It was ridiculous. I used to eat them like a donut, just like, Yeah, it was insane. But we used to feed, so we'd feed all the people with a bunch of leftover KFC.
That's awesome. This didn't go to waste.
Yeah.
It just got thrown away.
It wasn't that terrible. I don't know, I don't eat it now, but I make my own fucking fried chicken now.
Well,
so.
this is amazing. And honestly, it's not even that cheap anymore. It's not even like you can like... I don't know. I would never justify spending money on it.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
On
KFC.
spending money on KFC. Yeah.
Yeah. Not when you have like so many specialty... I don't even really like the KFC original recipe chicken, to be honest.
What did you eat? The crispy stuff or something different?
Slain gin.
Slanging?
Oh.
Oh my god.
Slain KFC holes. Yeah, I can't read. Sorry. Yeah, you knew it. It was just free. We were just like, hey, that's how the parties roll. We got you. You want a chocolate cake? I got you, girl. Come on over.
Billy, the KFC Connect.
You know what's funny? The funniest, John, is I was just talking to somebody and I realized that like I was working 2 jobs at the end of right just before coronavirus hit, almost 3, because I was interviewing for a new one. And even back then, back in the day, so not when I first started working at KFC, but then once I was old enough, by the time I was 17, I was working at KFC at night as a delivery driver. And
I forgot they delivered.
And I opened before school. I started at 4 o'clock in the morning. I opened Einstein Bagel Company, and we wake up and make the bagels and friggin' sell them to everybody. And then like 10:30, I'd go to school and then go to school for like 2 hours my senior year, and then I'd be done and then go to fucking work in the afternoon.
Yeah. Right, look at that in Hawaii.
Oh my god.
Same with fish. You're always welcome if you bring ahi to the party. That sounds awesome.
That does sound awesome.
John, what was your like first job?
Is it a restaurant? I wasn't a connect for anything.
You didn't bring it to the people.
It was an Italian bistro. That location closed down, but the owner still owns one up in Edmonds, in Washington, and I love to go there.
Really? You can still go? You still get to visit? That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, and that's how good the restaurant was, is that I still want to go back
Especially after working there. That's huge.
after working there.
That is huge.
That was not the case for my second restaurant, where It started as my favorite restaurant. I'm like, wouldn't it be a dream to work here? And then I worked there, and that ruined it for
Yeah.
me.
Because you ate it too much, or you knew how the sausage was made?
I knew how the sausage
Yeah.
was made. Yeah. Also, it wasn't even the food practice there. How the sausage was made. It was management is also part of how the sausage
Right.
is made,
Absolutely.
and that left a bad taste in my
Yeah.
mouth.
You feel like you can't support them anymore.
Inadvertently support that.
Yeah.
Bad management style. No, I'm with you.
Nothing exciting like KFC or whatever the version of that is for ahi.
I opened the wrong one.
Uh-oh. Well, I'll drink that one next.
Okay.
Yeah, not there
Okay.
yet. I'm going to do Dark Thoughts Black IPA to finish me off tonight. That'll be my 1-2 punch. I was just going to say something about the Kinderlift's comment first.
Which one? Dark darts. You're in a maze.
I agree with you 100% on that, Kinderlift. Like, that, I think everybody should work in a restaurant because it's amazing how people look down at people working in a restaurant as if they're like, oh, you pick this because it's not a lot of hard work, and you're like, motherfucker,
Holy
you
shit, are
have
you
no
kidding me?
idea how much.
Yeah. I only worked in one restaurant, but I grew up in restaurants, so
Right, you had a little taste of it.
yeah. But yes, I worked at a restaurant. I don't know. They started in Canada called Earl's. That wasn't my first job though. My first job was called people on the phone and tried to sell them Allstate insurance. That was terrible. Got hung up on, called all sorts of names. Makes you tough though.
Yeah. But did you get called were you ever called a communist?
I don't remember being called a communist. I remember once having to tell someone that I was like 15 years old though, so that they would stop yelling profanities at me. So I like used my age. I'm like, dude, I'm 15. I'm like a high school kid. Would you like talk to your kids like this? Stop it.
The hell's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Goddamn, mister, I'm sorry.
A lot of like, how did you get my phone number? Like back then, it wasn't like you had like
Oh,
Google, so it was like
yeah.
a lot of like.
This is
You know, it
impossible.
wasn't like your phone number. You could just Google someone and like look in the online, you know what I mean, directory, like like I don't know. You had like phone books, but you would get them through like I don't remember. I feel like there were like
companies
that used to like gather these lists and then you like work through the lists. But there were so many people like, how'd you get my number? And be like, I don't know. Some dude handed me a list. I'm just the middleman. Leave me out of this.
Right. Have you ever done this job?
I like that. We got a good round of
Yeah.
service industry stories here.
I missed the first
Alcohol
one.
stories, even Kinderlift talking about dropping 4 blue Hawaiis.
Wait, did I see that he like something about a cruise ship too? Did I miss that?
Did you drop him on a cruise
Yes.
ship?
The ship rocked, and he dropped his 4 blue Hawaiis.
On a guest? Or on himself?
Let's assume on the floor. No, could have been worse. Wait, also had to dance for the guests.
Wait, what? They made you dance? On the cruise ship? Maybe everything's legal at sea, though. I don't know. I've never been on a cruise.
Did you have pasties on?
Oh, she was picking the order up from the back bar. He was picking up. Oh, then you dropped them. Oh.
No, it was Kinderliff who said he had to dance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Sorry.
Yeah,
Wanna
4
make
hour
sure it
dinner
wasn't typed up.
cruise. Wait, how old were you, Kinderleft?
It's a 4-dinner dinner. You know the whole thing.
Yeah,
you know, they make you
3-hour
dance
cruise.
illegally.
Right.
I was like, I'm not sure I know.
So for sure I had to take my pants off,
I
but
don't-
still.
I don't. I don't think we know Kinderlift. Tell us more about the dance.
Was it like a show?
Right.
Or was it like
55 to 70-year-old women. Hey, that's my bread and butter. Kinderlift, we're
oh my
lost
gosh,
cousins.
Billy and the old lady crowd.
Just know how to be respectful. Hey, if that
You're
excites
such
some
a nice
people.
boy.
Live band, exactly. Live band. All the waiters had to dance.
Oh my goodness. Is there video? I kind of want to see this.
Right?
I'm like, this is.
Can you share us a link, Kinderlift?
I feel like cruise.
You've done a lot this week for the show, but that would really just be the cherry on our...
So we talk a lot about like restaurants and what's gonna happen. Like, are cruises dead? Is anyone ever gonna go on a cruise again?
Not it. I don't want to get stuck at sea again. Did everybody else watch like people crying and waving flags from ship windows?
I was listening to NPR and they said that they were like sending a bunch of cruise ships to the Pacific Northwest because they were gonna do like Alaskan cruises or something like that.
Oh, recently?
Yeah, recently. A lot of them are still like not doing cruises, but there was something special about like this route over here, and I don't know why that was the case, but they're making everybody get tested before they go on.
What do you think, John? Would you be up for jumping on a cruise?
I've never been on a cruise. I've always wanted to. And I would go in a year or two.
Yeah. I mean, as long as we weren't in another pandemic.
As long as there wasn't any talk of any weird virus. Now at least we know.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying. I like how the last 12 months has kind of heightened everyone's awareness for sanitization and. Like I have friends in New York, New York City, saying, "Man, riding the subway before."
Yeah.
I kind of forgot how unsanitary that was. I didn't realize, but now all the procedures that we have now and all the regular cleanings it gets so that it can still operate, it's kind of heightened their sensitivity. We don't really have that thing here in Portland. I'm not that sensitive. I think things will go back to normal, barring another disease or coronavirus variant.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm still, it's funny, I'm so much more aware, though, of the idea of cruise ship or even airplane circulation. I'm not... Circulation. Thank you. Air circulation? Circulation? No.
You always add us up.
I know, right?
It's okay.
Made it sound way fancier. Circulation, like... knowing that I'm going to be more cautious in those situations. And I've been on 2 cruises, and I thought they were fun as fuck. Like, I thought they were great. I thought it'd be fun to even take the kids on.
But you've changed your attitude toward him?
For a while, at least.
Yeah, for a minute.
Yeah, being stuck on one freaks me out.
Until, like, things...
But that's rare, right?
Well, no, they
right.
get
It's
stuck on
100%.
the COVID thing.
It's 100% rare, except for in this particular COVID thing. There are like a lot of, but so my point more is for me is that you've heard of outbreaks on ships of a lot of other diseases before this. This is not the first.
Especially like foodborne stuff.
Foodborne illnesses, like flus, different things. Like there have been. This isn't the first time cruise ships have been on the news based on it's hard to remember
it's like congregate
what
living,
happened.
though. It's like the same as a prison.
Exactly.
It's like the same thing.
Right. So it wasn't, and you're stuck
Yeah.
in small. And I've been lucky enough to be on a cruise ship that somebody else took me on, but like still, John, like. We were in a room with a port. We were lucky. I was happy to get what we got because you don't need to stay in your room too long. But you were in a tiny like basement room with a little porthole window in it, like that big, which is technically more than enough for the time. But if you think about what that means as far as air circulation and everything else going, like that's. So to me, yeah, I was already thinking that. Now I'm like, and it's kind of like the airplane. I can't see it not being a little bit more aware, and a little bit more precautionary when it comes to that. Like, I'm allowed to be educated, based on like the things that I've now learned, and if that means that I feel more comfortable wearing a mask onto an airplane for the next year or two, then, or maybe I just don't want to get sick, period, and I just wear a mask onto an airplane because that makes me more comfortable. It's something that I feel like people feel is out of place here in Western culture, but I've noticed living in Eastern culture that it is just a much more common. Like, people here feel like they're offended by it, and they want to call people out for being different. But, like, I remember noticing that for years, people using masks in certain public settings in Southeast Asia and Japan. It's absolutely nuts. I was just moving over because the microphone was blocking it. It's absolutely nuts. I was just reading what was that was it Tartarts above Tartarts comment, John, or was that Kinderlift? Just the comment just before the bottom.
Kinderlift said, back of house in restaurants is gnarly, cruise ships are worse. Absolutely nuts.
How long do you work on one, Kinderlift? I'm curious, because it's got to be.
I bet he dropped the 4 blue Hawaiis and he was like, I'm out.
Right?
Give me out
Southeast Asia and Japan, it's a courtesy to wear a mask. Pandemic or not, right? And that changes everything. Like, you're doing something for the greater good of everyone, not just for yourself. And maybe that's why it's so much of an easier thing for others to take on. For other people to deal with. That is not a concept that really flies too well here
in America. No.
Yeah, and
4 months.
Tartars, that's what I was kind of getting at with the, close quarters are gross. Will they go away entirely? I don't think so. I think people long for the old ways and touch and close connection. So I think we'll snap back soon, as soon as people are vaccinated and there's no other pandemic on the horizon.
I agree with you about the touch, especially.
Wow, yeah. Uni, I knew some people too that were stuck there too. It's crazy. I think that's why it sticks out to me, is because I do know people that were stuck on a ship. It's like and they were literally prisoners
stuck,
though.
And you're in a
tiny room, and they would drop meals off at their door.
Well, the whole point of a cruise is you don't have a nice fucking room because you have a night. You're on a floating. You're on a flotilla of fucking fun.
Yeah.
You're on a floating theme park.
The rooms are tiny, right?
So the rooms are tiny and shitty, and to that idea, fuck that. It'll take me a hot minute before I'm and I still will probably be an old man being like, "You remember that one time the coronavirus? Why don't you drag me in a dinghy on the behind? I'll watch."
That's you as an old man. Sounds about right.
Billy's impression of himself, future self.
I'll be telling somebody to pull on my own dinghy instead of me pulling me in a dinghy. I'm sure by that age.
The no filter.
Yeah.
Hashtag no.
Right?
Filter.
Hashtag
Can you imagine?
It was my grandpa used to take me. My great grandpa used to take me to Smitty's when I was a little kid. Which was like a grocery store with a little a counter deli restaurant or a counter.
Yeah, it was like
cafe
a little
diner
type inside the grocery store.
And he used to just be like, "Oh, you gotta meet my girlfriend." Every cute little waitress that knew him, and
gross.
It was super gross. I was always like, "Oh my god, does she know she's so pretty? What's wrong with this girl, Grandpa?" Does Grandma know? She's gonna be pissed. You can barely walk. How is this happening?
That reminds me of. I'll tell you a story. I'm not going to talk more about it, but when I was little, Smitty's, I went to Smitty's a lot with my grandma and my mom, but, I had, my only memory of Smitty's is, I don't even know how old I was, maybe 8, but I was convinced myself that if I swallowed, I was going to choke. And I remember sitting there staring at a plate of, scrambled eggs, being like, I can't eat this, I'm going to choke if I swallow this. I don't know, anyways, it's a whole thing.
That's just how choking happens.
Yeah.
If you don't swallow,
If I didn't swallow, I couldn't choke. Yeah. Sounds about right.
Welcome to the therapy portion. Therapy. John, what kind of phobias
waiting
did
for
you
that.
have as a kid?
Swallowing?
Ooh, that's a good question.
What about mine?
Did you ever stop peeing because you thought it would burn?
Are you speaking from experience, Billy?
No, not at all.
What were your phobias as a kid?
Oh my god, what were my... I think I blocked out way too much of that. I don't know how much therapy you take to get down to that level of my childhood. John's still answering. What do you got, John?
I don't know.
You guys are your
I mean,
Where's your
it's not
mom?
really a phobia, but my food allergies, loomed.
I'm with Gander living spiders and falling out of a roller coaster.
In quicksand!
I feel like those are just legit, like, logical. All of us have heard about that guy who got the top of his head clipped off on a roller coaster, and me being over 6 fucking feet tall, I'm constantly feeling like I'm that guy. You should see me ride a roller coaster. I'm shorter than my son. I'm like, because I don't want to get fucking decapitated.
It's a true story.
I don't want to be that guy. So thank you, Kinderlith, for bringing that up. But that's a real life thing now, so welcome to my hell.
I read like a meme the other day that remember like everyone that grew up at least in the 80s, like us, is like the fear of quicksand. Like quicksand seems so prevalent based on the movies that we watch.
Oh, I'm with you
I
on
remember
that.
being totally freaked out by quicksand.
I was never freaked out by it. Every fucking hero got out of it though. Like,
Well, I guess you just had to not panic.
No.
Like that.
But that's why they're heroic. I'm just an ordinary guy. I'm not gonna get out.
oh, see me, I thought if I studied them enough, then I could learn their secrets. That's all it took. Most of them are schmucks to begin with, and they get like something happens. Quicksand is everywhere. Princess Bride. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
see? Who was that?
Tarts.
Yeah.
Well done.
Really good, yeah.
And you're right. And you're 100% right, especially for the rodents of
Unusual size.
Russ's.
Absolutely.
We're with you on that. But I just, for some reason, he pulled her out. I thought, you just better make sure you have a rope or a vine around 100% of the time. You should have seen me as a kid. I always
There you
had
go.
6 feet of nylon double 400-pound tests.
Sorry, everyone, my cats are.
Rodents of unusual size. Yes. Mm.
You're right, Kinderlith. It was a good one. In fact, Bree and I just discovered we were watching a show 2 nights ago. Oh shit, that's what it was. Bree and I finally. John, did you ever watch Stranger Things?
Go say hi if you want. Just go sit.
Yeah. The first 2 seasons.
Bree and I never touched it. Not even kind of. Like, we knew about it, and we knew it was like a cultural thing. Say hi, Tate.
Hi.
John, Tate's here. Tate can't hear you, but he's obviously really feeling it.
Oh, welcome, Tate.
John.
Welcome to the stream.
I am also very surprised that it is already like almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah, this is the after hours part. Tate hasn't been around since we started doing after hours. He didn't realize that we have a whole nother hour and a half of like food and chill and having everybody.
I'm pretty sure I knew that. Hi, Uni Ebby.
He says, Tate! Told you.
Hi.
He knows who you are too. I had to whisper it in. That helps. I know who Uniebi is, but now Tate's in the know as well.
Yes.
And the Upside Down, exactly. So Bree and I are finally watching that, and we just got to season.
We're in 3. We're in the most recent one.
And all of a sudden, who is it that's back? It's not Prince Humperdinck, everybody. No, it's not him. It's Wesley.
As the mayor.
As the mayor. What the fuck is Wesley's real name? It doesn't matter.
Carrie Ells.
I don't know those things. Okay, it's Carrie Ells.
Oh, he's in season 3?
Yeah, he's the mayor, the pretty politician mayor. Of course he is, right?
Cool.
That's work.
I I very much enjoyed the first 2 seasons. I don't know why I missed the rest.
I won't go any further, but I haven't heard. I don't
Oh.
know much more than I just pray he's someone who gets eaten now. Just now that his character is introduced, I'm pretty sure it's edible.
Oh, poor Wesley.
Yeah.
Yep.
But if he had the virtues of Wesley, then I'd be screaming at the TV fighting for him. But no, he's got the virtues of every other politician, a fucking worm. So no.
He's like the Humperdinck.
I'm ready for him to be. I'm ready for him to be eaten by a Demogorgon or a Demogod.
He's the Humperdinck of.
He is the Humperdinck.
Stranger Things.
I thought both of those guys were dead. Demogorgon and the Demodogs. I thought.
They
They
are
are.
actually. Well done for not seeing the show. I'm impressed. Here, can I borrow that rice?
Mom told me.
Wait, you haven't seen it? You know that?
I have not seen it. Mom told me.
Oh, I thought
has
I
a
was
lot
gonna
of
tell you
pop
that he
culture
lives through
knowledge,
memes
so.
and pop culture narrative. So,
No.
but I guess Mom told him.
Maybe.
He's a cool guy.
Rotation.
Okay, just got weird.
Yes.
Okay, all right, wait. Kinderless got us. He's got a question.
Oh, yep.
Scariest movies growing up.
What's everybody's?
Okay. Okay. So,
Yeah.
wait.
Let's let John take this one.
Yeah, sure.
No. I wanna hear. Take and go first.
What? But I'm still growing up. Technically, I'm not.
He was scared of the clown in Toy
This is
Story.
why it's
so
perfect.
That's his scariest movie.
Did you? So what was it? I don't think John could hear that.
Yeah, I don't think John would do that either.
Or wait, maybe they heard it.
Maybe they did. Maybe they did.
Say it again.
Go ahead, say it again.
I honestly am just I'm just. Oh hey, look, looks like Kinderlift heard it. I think.
What did you say?
I think Kinderlift heard what you said.
Oh.
Legit toy shop. Let's see.
Yeah, Toy
those
Story.
dummies.
In the toy shop, Toy Story 4, those are legit creepy. I don't remember watching Toy Story 4. Do
Toy Story 4 is the one where they're in that thrift shop and there's all those freaking creepy dolls. Remember?
Nah, I do not remember that.
Goldfish brain.
Goldfish brain.
That helps.
Totally does.
So is the answer Toy Story?
So is the answer Toy Story? That's what we're all waiting.
I
Is
think
that what it's
so.
from?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Might not be Toy Story 4, but some other Toy Story with a clown in it.
But technically, I am not able to answer this question since I am still growing up.
Yes, true, 100%. But thus far, through
But
your
thus
growth,
far,
it's all about a clown.
technically, yes.
Still, okay.
Yep. Your turn to answer.
I want John to go first.
Okay.
He's already got an answer. I saw it in his face.
Scariest movie. You know, I'm stuck. I'm stuck on the live-action version of Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, I think
Live
I
action.
think
live action.
Live action what?
I want to say after it they had the cartoon.
Oh, okay. Real Beetlejuice.
And
Oh.
and the cartoon I really enjoyed as a kid. I really enjoyed watching that. I don't know, very friendly, accessible animation. Kind of gross themes, you know, witches and magic and.
Boogers.
But I just remember being terrified how you know, the live actors, the Michael Keaton version. I just remember it just not sitting well with me as a young kid.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I watched the live action version.
You did.
Yeah, I did.
What do you mean?
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that a cartoon version existed.
Yeah, there was a
Can I-
spin-off.
Can I tell you that I can never forget the cartoon version because there was a cleaner version of a cleaner, prettier version of Beetlejuice in the cartoon version. It was like his cousin from the sticks, and I remember him being like, "An apple, nature's toothbrush," and he just like, and he kept his teeth not like the opposite of Beetlejuice, and I've never in my life been fucking ever forgotten. Nature's toothbrush. Every goddamn time I eat an apple, nature's toothbrush. I kid you not. All based on the fucking Beetlejuice cartoon.
So whereas that scared me, it was very educational, life lessony.
Oh
for you.
my god, yeah. If I only ate more apples, I might have more teeth.
I was like, wait, that's awesome.
Oh my god.
That was original.
That was a Billy original.
What the dinner scene? No, no.
Remember that part?
I love that, and it's still my favorite to watch people. Do you remember that part?
Absolutely not.
No, we'll rewatch that. It's my favorite to all of a sudden watch people like impromptu try and like pull that off in dinner party settings. John, have you ever seen like anybody filming themselves, or have you ever been with friends that all of a sudden like 3 people know it and like start trying to do the? I never get the name. Oh, I have. I've been at things where people try and do that.
What? I do know that was a thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Some people.
I don't know this guy.
It's like some people study this shit. Like I don't have that, but it's fun. Like I'm a little envious that they can remember all the like 7 foot, 8 foot punch, and they're like, yeah, and everybody, like all of a sudden I'm like, wait, 2 people. This is all right. This is a thing now. This isn't just even somebody overachieving. This is
This is planned.
like yeah, this is choreographed. I gotta step up my game. And that's what I feel like every time.
Targ charts, I totally agree. That song. No. That song is definitely an earworm.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Wait, so Billy, do you have an answer then?
what's growing up?
yeah. Mine's Silence of the Lambs.
Breeze the Silence of the Lambs. Oh, so that was like 14.
No, I was like 12.
12. Okay, 12. When I don't.
Oh no.
All right,
Not
what's Breeze? Oh, what is
Fire in the Sky.
Fire in the Sky.
I was convinced for a whole summer that the aliens were coming to get me.
What the fuck? Which one was Fire in the Sky?
Fire in the Sky was one that was supposed to be based on a true story where these guys get like abducted by aliens and they were in Arizona.
It was right after. It was one of the Blair Witch phenomenons. John, do you remember that? Now I remember what you're talking about.
I remember Blair Witch.
So Blair Witch spawned like a.
No, not Spawn. This is pre-Blair Witch.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was a kid. I was like
Oh, okay.
12.
All right, I don't remember Fire in the Sky. Then I thought that was the other one. Do you remember Fire in the Sky, John?
You should Google
No.
it.
No, I don't know it.
Japanese Ringu was mine, says Uni Ebi, but I don't know if I saw that growing up. Is the Japanese
Oh,
Ringu
yeah,
like
actually-
the ring?
Yeah, The Ring. I remember really liking The Ring when it came out. Being really scared by it and enjoying like rewatching it, and then to kind of trace it back, watching the Japanese version and how different it was. Yeah, those were good. That was
So
a good
wait,
scare.
the Japanese version of the ring was totally different than the regular version of the ring?
I want to see.
Than the American remake.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, sounds like the audience is pulling for the Japanese version. I get why they changed it though. The Japanese version is very like they're talking about how the girl was corrupted by black magic, and we don't really have such a concept here in America. So it's like she just she was abused, and so now she comes out of a VHS tape, right?
Yeah, that's a...
Like that's the extent of magic we're willing to describe.
Right.
Just to clear this up, I have no idea what any of you guys are saying.
That's okay.
You, John, anybody in the chat.
We
I have
Tate's
no
never.
idea.
We-
Earmuffs, Tate. Oh my god, I love it. He's never. Yeah. Well done, Kid Ritter. That was awesome.
So we should have a special episode of Thirsty Therapy where we just watch The Ring.
Right.
You're saying.
Right. Well done, sir. No, that was fantastic. So, if you're not talking about growing up, I'll give you my two, John. If we're talking about mid-growing up, it's Freddy Krueger, the original Nightmare Before Elm Street, because Nightmare Before Elm Street 2 then, thank God that came out with the Dream Warriors.
Nightmare on Elm Street?
Nightmare on Elm Street, what did I say, in Elm Street?
Before or...
Anyway.
Nightmare Before Elm Street.
The Nightmare on Elm Street. The first
So the-
one...
He did like
Nightmare Before Elm Street
Yeah,
Christmas.
sorry, that one.
Nightmare Before.
And then, but the second one, then when the Dream Warriors, I finally like felt better as a younger kid. But as like
Yeah.
I think when I was 10,
Yeah.
my dad took me to see Full Metal Jacket and RoboCop, the original, and those pretty much fucked me up for a hot minute for as far as like. That was a good basis for any scary dreams that I had for a good 4 years after that.
Oh yeah.
After that, I was pretty much out of having scary dreams. Like,
Well,
I saw.
lucky you.
I watched Full Metal Jacket like I sought it out as I want to say a 16, 17-year-old who was chasing down notable filmmakers, kind of extreme movies, horrific movies, and it makes those lists. I can't imagine being surprised with that film
yeah.
at 10.
At that point, I only saw my dad every like maybe 6 months. And it was like, hey, we're going to a movie and you just happen to be at our house today. Guess what? You're going to this fucking movie too.
Well, because all your stepbrothers and sisters were a lot older.
They were. My step siblings were like 6 to 12 years older than me. But they didn't go either. It was just usually just it was just me and my stepmom and my stepdad. But that was anyway, regardless, those pretty much set the precedent. There were like 2 moments I remember in Full Metal or in RoboCop, and probably like 10 moments in Full Metal Jacket that probably were like my basis repeat for oh my god times. You know what I mean? Where you're just like, holy shit. Now Tate saw a really scary Pokemon. Who's gonna tell us about it?
Wait, what?
Just kidding. It was just a joke of the contrast.
Right. I just had no.
That's a good transition.
Good transition, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nah, it was just made up.
I know.
Thanks. I'm trying my best. Let's not let pain linger on the screen. We can move on to fun things that are different. Laughs uncomfortably.
Yep, definitely.
Charizard or Blast?
What do you mean? That was the scariest Pokemon?
Blue, welcome. Snorlax.
Favorite?
How is Snorlax the scariest? Favorite? What are you guys talking
Snorlax.
about? Favorites?
Snorlax is my scariest.
Are you
Snorlax is
talking
my
about
favorite.
Favorite or? Okay. Okay. Could someone
That's Pokemon.
if it's the favorite or the? Oh,
No,
yes.
John is Blue Nukem. It's okay.
No.
So you can ask him, but my favorite is Kinderless.
Kinderless.
What a
That is. It's
Snorlax sounds like a painkiller.
It's true.
And a
It's
laxative mixed together.
And a laxative. You can sleep and shit all you need to. Get your life right with Snorlax.
5 minutes of side effect description.
It's the perfect commercial. Hey, do you ever feel unhappy and you gotta poop? Try Snorlax. It'll fix you up right.
Try Snorlax. Hey, I got your Snorlax right here.
You got your Snorlax right, and that'll get your life right.
These East Coast gangsters swapping Snorlax.
If you have,
They're so mad right now. They're like, I don't even sound like that asshole.
if you have
It's Snorlax, not Snorlax.
if you have a
Yeah. New Jersey versus New York.
Right.
Gangsters.
if you have a phobia of snoring Snorlax could be scary.
It could be.
That is a
Yeah.
that is a solid answer. That is a solid.
Back to your favorite Pokemon. Did you ever have one? Do you have a reason to like one more than the other?
Not really. I'm not really. I don't know. I think I don't know. I think I may have a favorite Pokemon. I think I don't really know. I don't really know. Most of the Pokemon that I like better than others are probably the type of Pokemon that you've never heard before.
Right.
Dude, give us a shot.
Okay.
We actually we got gamers online. We got Uni Ebby here. We got everybody we need to. Kinderlift knows what's up.
Okay. Okay. Wait, what? Tay, it's all good, man. Eighth, I traded all the kids in the neighborhood for Pokemon cards. I had all the first edition cards. Regret ever trading.
Whoa. Alright, so, what's your favorite?
Actually, back to what I said. I'm not sure I really have a favorite.
So, who's your favorite Pokemon?
But I do have groups of Pokemon that I like better than others.
Can I hear too? I want it.
Also-
there's nothing to hear right now. John's just waiting in pure anticipation, and he can hear
Okay.
every word you're saying. So what do you got?
Well, Mom says what's my favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, what's your favorite Pokemon? We're all wondering.
Well, I actually have two. It's Mew and Eevee.
Eevee and Mew. I'm impressed with both of those.
You and Eevee.
I'm
Oh,
impressed with
nice.
They give you a great edge on evolution in that way, right?
But Mew doesn't evolve.
Mew doesn't
Mew
evolve.
evolves into Mewtwo.
No, Mew,
No.
no.
Oh, you're right. That was a genetic
Yeah,
modification. My
Genetic
my mistake.
modification by
My
Team
mistake.
Rocket.
My mistake. But Eevee can't she evolve into many different things?
Yeah,
Okay.
she evolves into many different things.
Let me sit right here. Wait, Kendall. School IQ. Got the purple drink, got the yellow drink. Then we mixed it up. Oh, look at you. I don't get it.
Okay, perfect.
Pretty sure.
But you said it correct, Tate.
Yes.
he knows how to deliver.
He knows what?
He knows how
Oh, boy,
to deliver.
Keegan.
Like inflections, he's got that.
Yes.
You do very well. I'm constantly impressed by it. Even if you don't understand like exactly what something's supposed to mean, you always know like where to rely on the inflections in a sentence.
Yep.
It probably has to do with the fact that you could like crush 30 chapter books in a matter of days.
Correct. And I have read literally every single Pokemon manga.
Well, and that too. Now, outside of Pokemon manga,
Anyway,
since we have Zoe here and Tate here, I'm wondering, what did you two think of FOMO, the fried chicken that we got from Sun tonight?
I did not like it.
It wasn't your favorite?
Well, it wasn't my favorite. I kind of liked it.
Okay. Did you like the mashed potatoes? I thought
The
for
mashed
sure you liked
potatoes
those.
were way too peppery.
Oh, too much pepper. Was
Yeah.
it based on how peppery they looked, or did you actually
I
taste
tried
them?
it, but then I had to spit it out because it was too peppery.
Oh, it's like just the perfect amount of
She's-
peppery for me.
I'm
So
not sure-
I'm sorry. I was
She's
very
rocking the
excited.
mac and cheese.
I'm
Well,
not-
hey, good thing we got mac and cheese, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I really like the sauce. Like it was like teriyaki.
Oh yeah, Tate got the sweet tonight, John. Tate got just pure Korean fried chicken
Okay.
sweet. I didn't want to give him the gochujang version of the two, so it was a
Although
little
I
too
might
sweet.
like that.
You might have.
I'm a little too sweet. I think I like other food because it has like a balance between like sweet and salty, or like sweet or
Right, and now when you have to create your own balance with the different
it's like
pickle things.
it's
yeah,
like
that makes
it's
sense.
like really sweet.
Here, Tate, you
Okay.
should try Zoe's.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try those.
She got the gluten free. Hers is kind of southern style. I'd say it's pretty close to KFC, but way better.
I think the meat. I think it might be the meat something.
Well, we are also reheating
Maybe
these things.
it's just the way it's prepared or like it's styled. is why I don't I prefer is why I prefer like other foods like katsu or
I may have spoiled my kids on katsu, John.
definitely spoiled my katsu.
It is hard for them to get past fried chicken now.
We eat every single
Hmm.
piece of katsu that he makes.
Oh,
Every single
lucky you live in that house.
Can I say that I
Love a good
I
katsu.
base my katsu on Sun Kim's this fried chicken though?
Not FOMO specifically.
Partially though. I'm not giving away any of his secrets that I'm not privy to tell, but I have gleamed from all these fantastic food makers over all of my years, and so my katsu has I use a combination of different flavors when I marinate the chicken long before we do any breading, and that is variation of lean. I take frozen chicken, John, and I let it defrost in pickle juice, soy sauce, sriracha, and brown sugar. And that's long before we put our like very flavorful flour and then egg and then panko over the top of it. If we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it right.
Boy, that sounds delightful.
I want to hear.
You want to hear too? I think Tate's gonna bring back the AirPod in just a second.
Okay.
Oh, we're swapping out guests at the
It
table.
worked out. Yeah, here.
Guess bar.
Zoe wants to give it a shot. You want to let her on in?
Ew, clean it off first.
Oh, never mind. That's disgusting. Zoe's gonna skip her turn.
Yes.
She's just gonna say hi and like talk through me for right now.
They can hear her.
They can hear you, Zoe.
probably.
Tate's contaminated the AirPod, and for good reason. She doesn't want to try and put it in her ear now either.
My earwax production
Oh.
is off the charts.
This year.
Who'd take to say that?
No, it's legit. Sorry, Kendra. I know you're talking about something.
It sounds
else.
like that sounds like
That
a
is true.
Rick and Morty quote or something.
Right.
I can hear you, John.
The best Rick and Morty, it'd be like if Rick and Morty were stuck inside a cave and somebody needed a candle. And then Morty, they just kind of whacked Morty's head 4 or 5 times and an earwax candle fell out and Rick just lit it.
Yeah, it's like, how'd you do it? My earwax production is off the
Right.
charts.
You have no idea.
I can hear you, John.
You need another one? You can hear her? You can hear him?
Yes? Oh, great. Good to have you, Zoe. All right. What is the question for Zoe?
What is the question for Zoe? Zoe, what is... You already had your favorite Pokemon in. And you already told us
Yeah.
that you need this mac and cheese to make up for the FOMO that wasn't your favorite, but Mommy and I and John are really happily satisfied. The next question... Anybody else have a question for Zoe before we go into... No? Zoe, when did you start bartending?
I don't know.
Oh, favorite Pokemon. Well, I think we talked about Eevee and Mew, right?
Yeah,
Being your favorite Pokemon.
yeah.
What else does somebody need to know about how much you like? Which is Kanto region your favorite region of Pokemon? Or is it help me out, everybody. I can't remember the original region.
I think the first region was Kanto. There was and then there was seven other regions.
Right. What was the latest one that was kind of like Hawaiian? Was
That was Sun and Moon, but that's not the latest. The latest is I forgot the name, but it's based off Scotland.
Oh. But what was the one?
I want to meet some Scottish
The Hawaiian,
Pokemon. That
the
sounds
Hawaiian
great.
one?
Yeah,
No,
what was the Hawaiian one? The
It
island
was
one?
Alola.
Alola, that's right. Not Aloha, but Alola. Yeah, Scottish would
I
be
want to
fun.
meet some Wii Pokemon.
Um,
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know.
You don't? No, if you were to guess, because kilts are like skirts for men in Scotland, and like women don't mind wearing skirts all the time, right? But that's a place where men are more comfortable with wearing skirts. Do you think that a lot of Pokemon from that region would have like dresses or skirts?
I would say no. I don't think they would. I don't think Pokemon normally in like the shows that I've seen really Pokemon don't have clothes on, so I would say no.
Oh, that's a good point. I agree with you. Was there one Pokemon with like a grass skirt that I remember and a bald head at one point?
I do not.
I don't know. I do not.
Like a
recall
duck bill?
that. Oh, Psyduck?
Nope, not Psyduck. Definitely not Psyduck.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah. I actually have the game. I actually have the game that takes place in that Scotland, in the Scotland.
Oh, okay. And do you remember the name?
I still do not remember the name. But one thing's for sure, they do not wear skirts or
Okay.
dresses.
Well,
Yeah.
it was
One of-
just my best guess
one of
because I
them
hadn't
is-
seen it, and I just knew, being Scottish myself, I knew that we were comfortable just letting it all hang out.
One of them kicks a rock with a kicks like a small rock like a soccer ball, lights it on fire, and then throws it at an opponent.
Wow.
Opponent.
Opponent? Yeah, that sounds problematic. I could see how that would be.
Very problematic.
Wow.
Wow, what?
What?
Oh god.
Good catch.
Wait. Uniebi asked a different line of questioning.
Thanks, John.
What is your favorite meal, Zoe? Since Korean fried chicken is not your favorite meal.
Did you hear that, Zoe?
No.
Uni Ebby wanted to know, and by the way, they wanted to know whether or not, since Korean fried chicken is not your favorite meal, what is your favorite meal?
I would say, pizza, burgers, or
What's your favorite meal we make here? Out of the three that you're saying. Really? It's not pizza? I thought for sure it'd be pizza. You eat so much of that pizza.
I think it would be I can't remember the name.
What toppings on the
I
pizza?
think my favorite.
Well, my favorite
sorry.
toppings on a pizza, I just like plain cheese.
Plain cheese.
That's why we like making them at home, John. We use Ken Forkish's pizza dough recipe, and we usually double it up and make it the night before, and then we have 10 or 12 pizzas
Yeah.
that we can make and eat them for the next, eat them for 2 days.
My favorite meal of all time is definitely ramen.
Yeah.
A billion times.
Dang.
We eat a lot of ramen.
We
Advance.
I most of
Ramen.
the time I'm the one
Wow.
who cooks them up.
And Tate is taking over cooking up ramen for us a little bit. He does the variation.
It is remarkably easy to cook. Instant ramen.
Instant
of course.
ramen is remarkably easy to cook. For anybody out there that's actually making real ramen from scratch, I feel you. I know that it's not easy to cook. I still bust it out here once in a while, and everybody's like, "Hey, where's some? Why do I taste mushrooms?" I'm like, "That's real ramen. Welcome." There's also seaweed in there too. And it's real ramen. It's supposed to taste like that.
I actually would say my favorite food to eat that was really healthy for you would probably be avocado.
Avocado.
Yeah, it would probably be avocado.
Yeah, and rice.
Yeah, avocado and rice.
That's a good quick meal for us, John. Do you
And,
ever
and
partake in
also-
that?
Sometimes it would. Sometimes with broccoli too.
You know it, Kinderla.
Whoa.
And broccoli too. We do a good job with broccoli around here.
Yeah, I actually eat my broccoli I eat the top. I eat the little sprout thingies
Mm-hmm.
before I eat the little bomb thing. So I eat those, then put the little trunk thing in
Yeah.
my mouth.
Stem of it, whole thing.
Yeah.
Looks like you dropped this.
Oh, thank you.
It's Todd!
Hello, Mario.
Your
Where's he been all
princess
this
is in
time?
another castle.
He was he told us earlier that the princess was hiding in another bottle.
Wait, what? Uh-oh.
I know, right?
That'd be problematic. Someone just takes a gulp of that bottle and just
Down goes the princess.
I wonder what that was. Something crunched. Something crunched in my beer.
Our barricades opening back post-corona. Not quite yet.
Oh, barcades.
Oh, barcades. I don't think they're even touchable yet, are they, John?
I haven't heard anything. Gosh, that's right. Wow, I hadn't thought about that place in a long time. Portland has this very famous one, Ground Control.
Right.
Shoot, I haven't thought of them in a long time.
Ground
They must be really suffering through the last 12 months.
control I don't know about, but I know that Quarter World went out of business through this, and they had 2 locations.
That's right.
So
That's right.
Yeah. The only other place I can think of is, I don't think they have Dave and Buster's here, but they have a place called it's a place by your mom's house.
Big Al's.
Big Al's.
It's like Dave and Buster's.
Yeah, kind of like that with bowling and shit. I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember if I've been in a Dave and Buster's ever in my life, to be honest.
We went in once.
Do they have bowling there too? But a bunch of arcade games and shit like that.
Speaking of arcade games. What? I'm sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, so we haven't had much open up yet that I know of. And it's just this week that bars have started rehiring. So, John, I don't know about you, but I only know of the places that were already open prior to this that are basically open this week, unless they're really tiny. And then what it seems like is right now everybody's trying to hire back and train up for the places that do want to reopen. And then I think that it's I think some people are being trepidatious because nobody knows whether or not this is gonna also significantly increase the second or this 4th wave that we have. So
Sure.
I think everybody that has to open up right now is, and I think that everybody that isn't sure about it, we talked about Eam before on the show, right, John? And they're not opening back up to the same kind of service, but they're leaving their patio open. They're still doing their takeout stuff. That is safe and replicable for them to continue doing. But I don't know about anybody else too much. I think that where everybody's trying, even just I've seen the news from across the nation. It seems like even the places where the governors have been hey, you don't need to wear a mask anymore. People are slow the fuck down. You might not have to everywhere, but you do if you want to come into my restaurant. And I respect that because you gotta do what's right for you and your people.
Wait, what if there was a state that did the exact opposite? It was just wear masks, people, but then everybody stopped wearing masks.
You never know.
You never know, that might actually exist.
Yeah, I heard about Miami and their spring break. John, did you hear about that?
No.
The governor had to put an emergency order in to and put a curfew on because they had so many people come from all over the U.S. to do a plain ass spring break nothing was happening or had happened. And suddenly everybody that actually lived in Miami Beach was we can't leave our fucking houses. We're not sure if that's okay. They actually interviewed people who were we barely go downstairs during the afternoon anyway, because people just from around the area all like flock to the beach for the sunset. And now they couldn't even like come downstairs without having just there were just hundreds of thousands of people just hit the beach trying to escape essentially. But we're like on the stretch. That's more my thing. Is I'm just like, oh, I feel like, what did we do all the rest of this shit for? If we can't make it the last like month, what the fuck was the last? What did we sacrifice the last year for? If we can't make it 30 more days without shooting this shit, making it worse.
Damn. Miami, huh?
Yeah. But what business isn't going to welcome them with open arms when you're about to fucking go bankrupt and lose your shit?
Yeah. I don't really need the money.
That's what I mean. Lose your shit. Like, you really need that money to get through.
Yeah.
You could lose, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I lose my business this week, or I open back up because everybody says it's okay, and look at all these people are here that I can take their money.
I mean, what I meant was you'd be in a huge state of privilege that you could say, for the greater good, versus
Right.
money for me, I'll take it.
Right. Huge privilege to be able to say that.
Yeah.
Which is
Also,
the biggest.
I'm sure most businesses have been waiting for this opportunity, this
Right.
influx of people. The customers feel safe enough, and it's legal enough to do so.
Right. That still isn't touched on whether or not, you know what I mean? But then after that, everything else is just speculation whether or not we know it's anything more beyond that is right or wrong or better or worse. Anyway.
Hey, I just had an idea on possibly a future thirsty therapy. Maybe you could
Yeah?
make like a video
Yeah.
game. Oh, sorry. Maybe you could make like a video game themed thing. Like, for example, like you could, I could like choose for you like a video game. You'd play it for a little bit and then try to make a drink out of it. That could possibly.
What? I think we gotta try that for sure.
I would like to everybody who celebrates Easter, I want to wish you a happy Easter, everybody.
That was nice of you.
Aww.
We're very excited for that bunny to come tonight, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what he brought me in my basket.
Who isn't? Me too. Right?
Yeah.
Do you have anything else to say? Because we're almost hitting our time.
Well.
Do you want to give a good night shout out to anybody, or
Night.
you're a good co-host. I appreciate your help. You seem really comfortable. Are you done? Okay, she's done. John, how are you feeling about tonight? Did you have fun?
Good. Yeah, I'm excited about video game themed drink night.
We got to do it now.
It has been decreed. It is known.
It is known.
And happy Easter.
And happy Easter.
I guess that's the conclusion.
That sounds perfect. Breeze back for a hot minute to say goodbye to everybody. Kinderlift, Uniabi, everybody else who joined us, you're fantastic. We love you so much. We miss you guys like crazy, and we hope that in your safe, fantastic locations, you're having all the same fun stuff we're having with our family. That's for sure. John, I can't wait till we can have a drink like near each other.
That would be cool.
Right? We might be able to film one of these like.
Oh.
Watch out!
Pile up.
Tell your friends about us.
Tell your friends about us.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Right?
That's so funny.
Be sure to like and subscribe. Oh my god. That's unfair.
Tate, future advertising manager. Advertising
There we
manager.
go.
Perfect.
Oh,
Good night, y'all.
I'm sure you're more than that.
Yeah,
Twitch
comment
consultant.
Before. Smash
Right?
that like button.
All right, smash that like button. All right, bye.
You guys are awesome.
Oh,
John,
God.
you're fantastic. Someone's got to press to stop the stream.
Okay, I'll cook it.
Wait, let's, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Night night. Good.
Bye,
Good
everybody.
night. Bye. 3, 2, 1.